Welcome back yet again, ladies and gentlemen, to the semifinals for the Upstairs Premier League. I am, as always, your host, Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. Joined here by my side by a couple of brand new faces, but ones that I do enjoy seeing. Right beside me here is the ever so condescent Dia, and of course, pro Apex Legends caster Dia. What's up, bro?
Oh my god, another one! We get hit with yet another Apex Legends cast to the semifinals. That's the goal here, and I'm going to break these things down as best I know how, translating what I know from World's Edge right onto Summoner's Rift.
Speaking of World's Edge, let's talk about somebody else who creates massive gaps and rifts across the rift. We do have Tej back at it. What's up, Tej?
Thank you for having me again, Ravish. I'm excited to be on the analyst again with you and Dia, and I'm excited for an exciting series tonight.
You know what? I'm excited to have you, man. I feel like it's been far too long since we talked. Are you doing okay? Did you have breakfast this morning?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Yesterday we got into UPL finals, so I'm excited to watch this series to see who we're going to be facing up against.
All right, should be a fun time. Exactly like you said, the winner of this matchup goes right into face Maryville. The loser goes out to face Striking Vipers in the lower bracket as well. But speaking of brackets, let's go ahead and flash that up real quick and really break down the stories of how we got here, Teach, for both these teams.
Yeah, so tonight we have Wildcard Development versus Mercenaries, and Wildcard Development coming out of Cloud Division actually came in with an undefeated record, and we see that last week Wildcard Development did take out Knott's Zoos, which was one of my favorite teams coming out of the group stage. But then on the other hand, we have Mercenaries who coming out of the Mountain Division who actually beat us 2-0 in our last match to go into a tiebreaker versus Convention to qualify their way to the playoffs. And we see there them also going to a free game series against Mercenaries and coming out on game 3.
It was an absolute slaughterfest, definitely, with what we saw there too. And Mercenaries, I just want to say, like, these guys have been such an interesting squad to watch, not only through here, but a little sparse throughout Proving Grounds, because we do have to remember they have legends being created on their team. Now, it may sound a little bit biased, but they're a fun squad overall. I like to say that they're the scrappy young squad, much resemblance of the Squirtle squad from Pokemon, because they're all young and they're all hungry to be great. Now, especially considering, if you all remember, not too long ago, they took a game off of Golden Guardians Academy, but there's so much more to them. Isn't that right, Dia?
There absolutely is. And I actually thought it was really interesting, Teach, the point that you brought up about the fact that they came from a very competitive division. Wildcard, a lot of people will say, didn't. That they had a relatively easy go of it in the groups, came out and have performed up to the level that you'd expect from such a big org inside of the playoffs. But the thing that's interesting most about me in sort of parallels between these two squads is the way that they play, because it's actually very similar. Both of them really enjoy having that weak side top and focus a lot around the mid lane, which is sort of an odd thing, especially when you consider the very different styles that their mid laners take. Cinnamon Bread is very much a rock, and Ivano, I feel like he can carry a game, but it's a risky proposition to me.
Yeah, as a scout, if I was Wildcard Development looking to attack Mercenaries, I'd definitely be looking at mid lane. Cinnamon Bread, definitely one of their most strongest players, and if I was this guy, I'd be telling Rapid, the jungler, to really focus on breaking out mid lane and making sure that they can be the first ones to the first side of the map and have a tempo advantage.
Tempo is perfect. That's actually exactly what I was thinking of coming into that. I heard you and I was like, oh my god, yes. Because I think that a lot of this matchup is going to be determined on how well Wildcard can stay on top of the balls. You talked about, Rav, this sort of scrappy young squad, and sometimes the tempo that a squadron like that is maybe a little bit excited to make the play happen can catch teams off guard. If Mercenaries are the ones setting up the plays around that mid lane and Wildcard are having to respond, I think they'll find themselves pretty disappointed in the results. Mercenaries really thrive in the skirmishes with 3v3s, even 4v4s in that mid lane. The more people, the better. Whereas Wildcard, I feel like their best shot of getting accelerated, especially in the early game, is going to be around isolating Rapid and Ivano together.
You said right there as well here, like understanding how to neutralize both sides, right? Especially on the side of Ivano, who's been a really standout player on this side. So it's been really interesting to watch both sides of developmental. I think what could be across the board the pinnacle and I don't want to say crucifix, but the catalyst. I should say that should be nailed down for both these sides, like you mentioned as well here, Tej, is the top side for both these teams, right?
Interesting.
You've seen what they can do per se, because we're looking at Cinnamon Bread, we're also looking at Barrick versus Izo as well. Like, of course, they're probably going to be seeing two bruisers, but within the current matter right now, I've seen, like, if you have one mid lane support, good top side, and a strong jungler that can ultimately, like, run over the enemy team. Because from there too, if you have a little bit lane prio, we can go into like thoughts about macro and such, where we might unfortunately see Mercenaries fall off, because the Mercenaries on their end, they don't always have the exact same sort of support system that we see from the side of Wildcard, right? They don't have the same like overall coaching staff, but they've got a lot of gusto, they've got moxie, they've got chutzpah, which is I'm hoping can take them all the way to the end. Is personally my overall take on it, though. But one main matchup, but I want to try to break down the Tej. I want to go to you on the whole Izo versus Barrick matchup, because you've had experience with both these players.
Yeah, like you mentioned, both of them are really heavy bruisers players. Izo, having been with Maryville, have played him a ton already over the last 2 years. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what type of champions he pulls out, if he's going to be pulling out that Maokai, because I know Barrick does have picks like the Darius, which do well into them. But I'm also interested into seeing how the supports respond to the top lane and mid lane, because I think what we've been starting to see in the meta evolve, we've seen a lot more roaming supports like Rakan, Fresh come into play. And I think that's going to be another area that both teams will be able to focus on and to create advantage and create a numbers advantage on the map.
Yeah, my hope is that going into this series, Thresh is basically perma-banned, because I don't think you can, in good conscience, give that to Mercenaries, especially their support. You talked about how the roaming supports are so much more incentivized now, and we also talked about how Mercenaries want to create multi-man fights around that mid lane. Not two, but two or I want to say three or more people in the mid lane. And such a huge part of that is going to be Kim down. Oddly enough, of course, I'm looking at the top side and I'm paying attention to how Azo versus Barrick is going to work out. But a lot of this matchup to me depends on how well Kim can respond to Rapid's jungle pathing and predict that, because the big brain of the support on Mercenaries has changed the entire season for them, and it's the one thing that I think can pull them through into the finals.
Mercenaries, we're talking about how getting the brand new support on the team has really helped them come together as a whole. But we'll have to see if that's all it takes to take down WCD. So for now here, gentlemen, it is time to put in our predictions. Dio, I'll start off with you. What do you got for me in the BO5? Is it going to be 9-14, 7-1,000, or 3-6? You let me know.
Oh, okay. So I like Mercenaries, and I will say I'm going to give this one to them, even though it may not be it may not be favored. It may not be the standard opinion. I'm going to give it to them 3-1.
Wow, respect, Steve. What you got for me?
I also actually have Mercenaries, but I have them as a 3-0. I have a decent amount of respect for this team coming from our division, being able to take a game off us. I think they have the potential of pulling out the straight off 3-0. So I'm excited to see what they'll do tonight.
I thought I was being controversial. That's crazy.
Bro,
Who are you?
I mean, like, I respect all y'all's opinion personally, so I do always got to be the odd man now, and I got to play a little bit back and forth with y'all. So I'm going to have to go with WCD, Wildcard Developmental, but I'm going to give it to them 3-2. It's going to be a tough time for both these squads, but they might just edge it out with some style lane control. But I mean, I'm only just a messenger. I can only say so much, so we'll leave it over to our casters, Beats on Boulevard and Travesty, to see the game through their eyes. Gentlemen, you let me know who you got for tonight.
Well, for me tonight, I got somebody who's going to be able to throw down, and you best believe that. As my name is Travesty, I am joined here with Beatdown, and Beatdown, we have an exciting matchup here. We're in the semifinals. We've got two teams that are ready to duke it out with one another and see how they're going to be able to scrap and pull their way into the finals here. And it's looking like it's pretty exciting just from the analyst desk and what they were able to break down for us.
Right, there's already a little bit of divisiveness going on between the desk. We had the pretty bold 3-0 declaim from Tej, and realistically, I can't blame him too much or really at all. I'm kind of on his side. I am leaning towards Mercenaries in this series too. I'm Not expecting 3-0, but we'll see how things turn out. It's really interesting, too, how if we look back at how both of these teams got here, you think of Wildcard Developmental, how they have not lost the series at all in the summer season here at Unified. But it's quite the opposite if we look over to the side of Mercenaries here. They had a tough time coming out of their group. They had to 2-0 Maryville and win a tiebreaker and against Conviction to make it happen. But the fact that they have done that and have really come together as a team and made it this far is honestly stellar.
And it's phenomenal to see too when you look at the journey from a paper standpoint, because you look at the bracket, Mercenaries is the only squad up here that is the second seed still remaining, right? Like that's
true.
actually something very impressive to think about. And now it's their proving point. This is their moment to prove themselves, because they're going against another number 1 seed, a team that honestly everybody knows Wildcard right now. They've been hot fire. That name has been on the tip of everybody's tongue who watches amateur. Now you got Wildcard Developmental that you're going against, who absolutely had a fantastic showing throughout their group, but everybody else is looking at it like this could be Wildcard Developmental finding themselves getting checked.
Well, we are going to have to see. You could make the argument that although it's still very impressive to be undefeated as they are, credit to them, there is arguments that the group that they came out of was a weaker one, and compared to other groups, it kind of does make sense. So now going into this best of 5 here, I think we can really see what they're made of on the side of Wildcard Developmental. And hey, look, you talked about it. We all know about the Wildcard name, their commitment to talent development, and how damn good they are at doing so. So I'm sure they won't disappoint today either.
I'm hoping not, man. I'm ready for a full 5-game series. Let's go. Let's throw down. Let's see what these teams have in stores. We're going into our pick and ban phase. We're seeing these bans. Already a Galio ban being thrown off the table, taking that away from the side of Wildcard Development. I'm curious to see what exactly the priorities lie for both of these teams.
And it is definitely going to be an interesting one. I mean, if we just look at the current meta game, like a lot of what people focus on is having that strong mid-jungle duo, trying to get leads through mid and translate them to other ends of the map here. The Galio ban, it could be because it's probably a respect ban. But, you know, he does do really well into some of the mages that are very popular right now. Ryze, LeBlanc. So it could be for either one of those reasons. Viego, I don't need to... Everyone knows why.
Yeah, everybody knows why. You either hate him or you fantasize about him. That is the camp that Diego lies in.
That's true.
In Champs Left, I think everybody dislikes him.
I mean, not if your teammate's picking him. As long as he's not inting his butt off, you're probably gonna win.
That, you know what? Very fair point. But, you know, something else that's a very fair point is keeping the Kench benched here. Tom not going to be over here as we're seeing the Aurelia ban that has came through as well. I'm kind of curious on where Wildcard Developmental is going to strike nets on these bans.
Yeah, it is interesting. They did hover the Xin Zhao. I wouldn't be surprised to see that one taken away, especially, taken away because with Viego gone, leaving Xin Zhao up would just guarantee an S-tier jungler for the side of Mercenaries, and it would leave you with not as many great junglers to choose. It depends. Lee Sin would be an option. People still play Diana with some success, so I think that's why I am expecting to see that Xin Zhao hover become a Xin Zhao ban.
I would love to see it. The Xayah ban was something that I was very curious as well, but there it is. Senna actually switched over at the last moment to Mercenary. Now it's up to them. What do you want to first pick? And look, they're going to pick a champion that stays true to their name right now. They're hovering Xin Zhao. I have to see if it will be locked in, as that will be a very powerful force in their squad.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Get you a really strong jungler earlier on, and the Thresh could be an interesting lock into. There are certainly teams who like to prioritize this one, and I was actually talking to Rook before this match tonight and did say Kim's Thresh is nasty and should be drawing some respect bans. So I think they're thinking to themselves, whoa, you're leaving Thresh up in front of Kim? No.
Disrespecting me? Hold on.
Yeah.
I have to see if they can put some respect on the name here.
Right.
The Thresh was locked in. Wildcard Developmental. Now they have their options for themselves. They got Xin Zhao. They got LeBlanc.
Yep.
They've got so many different options, and Xin Zhao is going to be what they take off the table.
Yeah, so even though Kim's really good with the Thresh, you do, of course, with taking it with the first pick, you leave the Xin Zhao open. It is going to be taken.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see the LeBlanc picked because it's a really strong and popular mid-jungle duo at the moment here. I mean, I don't think we'll see that. Ashe makes a little more sense.
Yeah. I was about to say Ashan is disabled here.
Yeah.
So not going to have to worry about that. That's just a playful hover there as Ashe gets locked in, and we've seen quite a rise in popularity to the Ashe pick here inside of the amateur scene. And Mercenaries, so looking to go ahead and lock in a champion to steal their resolve. Camille might just be that.
Yeah, and Ashe works because she's a very safe laner, blindable good into many matchups here. So I understand why you want to pick that one early, and I guess leave some information. Maybe secure yourself a better mid matchup when you pick on 3. The Trundle lock is a big one too. He is one I did neglect to mention, but also a really strong jungle on this current patch. Although it makes me wonder why you banned Viego, because Trundle kind of turbo stomps him, but that is okay. Don't play with my feelings. You're not playing Ahri.
Don't play
Don't
with my
do that.
feelings right here. Don't play with my feelings with the Yort there. That's what I'm
There you
saying.
go.
That makes a lot more sense. Aphelios Thresh has become staple here recently inside the bot lane and can be very dominant, as your feelings are going to continue to be played with, and so are mine.
Yeah, this sounds like a hyper thing that's going on
I'm
here. But
pretty sure
anyways,
this has to be a hyper
Thresh Aphelios. Let's focus on Thresh Aphelios here. And that's a really strong bot lane, especially with Kim, who's so good on the pick. A player who are joining this team early on into the split, or actually at the very beginning with little practice time, is part of why they say they had some of those struggles early on into the split here. But it's nice that they have been able to come together. And now we're going to see how he performs on one of his best champions here. And of course, on the other side, Rakan will be coming through, surging in popularity at the moment because of his ability as well to be able to roam and have effect on other lanes.
one of the best supports at being able to roam at like level 3, right? Like once he gets a full rotation of his spells, man, it can be pretty deadly, and pairing that together with a Xin Zhao is always a nice combo. Have to see how the rotations will work out between these two. Thresh Trundle is nothing to stop at all there. They can be very powerful as a duo as well, roaming across the map. And the question that I have is, what is Wildcard Developmental going to want to look to get as their blind pick? Because right now they got both their solo lanes set up, but you got to pick up something here in either the top side or in mid lane to kind of get yourself prepared, and these bans are going to pinch down the pools.
So what a lot of teams do is most teams by now have will usually pick their mid on 3. So I imagine we'll see that on 4 for Wildcard Developmental. You're seeing a good handful of mid lane bans come through as well. LeBlanc Silas gone means we could see a rise or something. Well, okay, it's not the LeBlanc, but the point is we could see a rise mid. There are other mages. Maybe the Orianna could come through as well for them. It would add a lot of wombo to the combo here for Wildcard Developmental's team composition. And I think you kind of want to save that last pick for top. There is the slight chance the Trundle could go into the top lane as well. And I think that's something you want to absolutely be sure about, because some of those matchups he has are quite good. And you don't want to get kind of juked like that when it should be your counter pick anyway. There's still a bunch of safe blinds that you can go for here on Wildcard side.
Yeah, I like the fact, by the way, they banned Graves after they saw the Xin Zhao. They're like, we're not buying it. That could be anywhere. They're going to look across the field, see exactly what Wildcard decides to get. They got quite a few power picks if they do decide to go for them. Syndra definitely would fall into that category, see if it's locked in. LeBlanc also fitting into that category.
Yep.
There it is. Lock it in. I like this this approach from Wildcard Developmental.
Yep, picked later than we see sometimes, but this is the mid-jungle duo I was talking about here. LeBlanc, Xin Zhao, so much early game power. It is kind of gross just how powerful these two can be at some of these early levels. So it's a really nice, strong early game combo you have here on the side of Wildcard. And I'm curious to see what the answer is going to be. I actually believe the Malzahar hover, and okay, it is going to be the Malzahar lock in. I didn't believe any of the other ones, but this one could work too. A more safer lane, and it works out because if you look at Wildcard's comp, they have people who want to go in, but you can use that Malzahar ultimate to try and lock people down in certain instances as well. So you do have a lot of options with this pick.
Yeah, you can't distort away when, you know, he just grasps you, right? Like, he just
Yep.
throws down. He's just like, nope, you don't escape anymore. And that is something I love to see. I think Malzahar has been low-key a broken champion for quite a bit of time. Been a very
Don't say
strong
that.
champion.
Don't tell people that.
I'm telling the world that. Listen,
No,
I play him
don't.
bot lane. I play him mid lane. I play him top lane. Like, this guy is disgusting, all right? It's Freelo. I'm just saying. Just drop the ego and play Malzahar.
It's not about it's about self-respect, Travesty.
Lose that
Come
as
on,
well.
man.
You don't have that.
No.
You're playing League right now. You don't need that's
Okay,
just gonna get in the way.
You know what? You know what? I don't have a response to that. You are correct. Yeah, there's nothing really to say here except let's talk a little bit more about the drafts that are
Yes.
working out here. Yeah, let's do that. Aatrox in the top lane. We don't see a lot of him anymore, but you know, we talked about a safe blind top. He kind of was that a few patches ago when he was a little more popular, and they're going to bring him out again on the side of Mercenaries. The Mordekaiser answer is definitely the most interesting one to me. It is really strong in lane, and if you do get a lead, he can be that kind of carry in the later stages, and that's kind of what you want. You have a strong mid jungle duo. If you can get yourself an early lead in the mid lane, really shut down this Malzahar, you can have this LeBlanc start moving around the map. You can have him move through the top side, especially with this Ashe who's able to stay safe bottom with that Rakan, to be able to get you leads in all the right places.
And you know, there's a little bit of cohesive glue that has to come in here, and that glue for me is actually the hot shots coming out from Ashe. I think
True.
if you see people that are actually able to utilize them when LeBlancs have the momentum and whatnot inside their matchup, and the junglers are in the right spot, it could be very vital. That gives them all the information they need to make those plays that you were talking about. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes especially on this Ashe and how this Ashe plays together, because we're expecting this Ashe to be left down here in the bot side. Nobody there. Rakan's probably going to be roaming with Jin Zhao. He find himself a new honey. He's not dealing with anything down there into the bot side. He's sticking with Jin Zhao. I want to see exactly what the cohesiveness of their composition would end up being.
Yeah, and it's interesting because both the analyst has talked about how both these teams don't often like to play towards their bot sides, but at least in this draft for Mercenaries, it seems like they are putting some power in the hands of their AD carry, because when you run that Thresh Aphelios, say, listen, man, even though Thresh might roam, Aphelios is trying to scale. He's the big guns later into the game. You give him a couple items and he can take your team to wins. So I imagine we're going to see focus on opposite ends of the map here for the most part. Aside from the a few opportunities you can get, if there's an opportunity to make a play bot side, you can go for that, especially with Ashe level 6. It is just an insanely free way for you to start out some of these engagements. But I'm curious to see how Mercenaries are going to play through their bot lane early on, especially when they were the ones who highlighted to me how their support in Kim is able to, one, has a nasty Thresh and is able to move himself around the map to assist the rest of his laners. And another thing I didn't mention that I want to, the thing too that is dangerous is this Trundle pick. Because of the pillar, you talked about how broken it is, and Travis, you're right, it's nuts, especially when you have these immobile champions, especially like the Ashe, and when you don't have a Thresh to be able to dark passage you past that pillar, when you don't have flash, you beware the troll.
Yeah, the troll is coming for war at this point in time.
Yes.
Man. And, talking about a troll, there is also a toll that both these teams have to pay. And I do want to highlight that real quick.
That's good.
Both these teams, they both have to pay the tats, man. This tats is a
That's
crucial
true.
bit for them. The Quicksilver Sash tats will have to be paid from both sides, because we got Malzahar and Mordekaiser both on opposing teams here. So both these teams, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that. How quickly do we see these sashes start getting built up on some of these carries? Because, you were talking about no escape on the pillar. Hey, that realm is a scary place to be in.
Yeah, it is certainly a scary place to be. That's interesting too, because like you said, both teams are going to have to build it. And you talked about, when you were talking about Malzahar dropping the ego and the self-respect, well, we're gonna have to see on both of these teams who's willing to do that exact same thing. Who's gonna drop the ego, spend the 1,300 gold, and be like, you know what? I understand. I will buy it. Yeah, respect earned, because every time you tell yourself, oh, I don't need it, I'll be fine, I'll position well in team fights, what's really going to happen.
It happens every single time. Every single time you have that one moment where you walk past the bush saying there's nobody in it, and then that's how he gets you.
No, you gotta do the You got to say the thing you said earlier, where it's like, no, you can't move, you can't move.
No, you can't. No, not allowed.
Like that
not
was
allowed.
there's something of that. Like, I could just imagine you playing Malzahar. Every time you ult someone, you say that. You're just yelling at your monitor, like, no, no, no.
This is the one time that I ever will advocate for the fact I want there to be when I ult somebody, they can hear my mic. Like that's all I want.
Listen, bro, I don't want to.
They can't respond, but I can just talk trash to them while they're held there. That sounds like a fantastic. Thank you, Beatdown. That's a fantastic idea.
What? That sounds incredibly one-sided and not fair. At least when I have requests for the league devs, it's nothing selfish like that. All I ask is that I can get to avoid players and also ban as many people as I like. Not like you selfish, selfish person.
I just want to talk trash to them. I want to go back to the days of like you take somebody out and you can hear their mic. I want to have the opposite. I want to talk trash to them while I'm holding there with the grasp, you know.
No, we need Modern Warfare 2 lobbies where you could just in the lobby everyone is talking. No, we need that. We need that. I desperately, you don't understand. I want this more than probably anything because the amount of psychological warfare that you can instill in the beginning is just unreal. Some people learn very quickly how much damage you can do to someone's mental in those pre-game lobbies, and it was responsible for a handful of my wins. I'll tell you that.
You know what? That's very fair. If all things fail, and you know they got Rust that they can turn to if all else between these teams fail. But we are in the game. The minions are beginning to meet up with one another, and we are going to see these two squads going against one another here as we are in game number 1. If you got a team that you're favoring, go ahead and let us know by dropping in something in the chat.
DM Travesty on Discord.
Don't beat him, Travesty. Travesty is a smart man with great ideas. But,
no, I said DM Travesty on Discord.
DM I thought you said BM. I was like, man,
no.
Come on, my idea was good, okay?
No, it's a good idea. I like it. Just adding to it, adding depth.
Oh, you know what? That's why I like that you beat down. Always adding depth, always bringing it, just like a king should. As we are seeing what we got going on here. Also, something interesting is, you know, when we see Izo, everybody always talks about him like, oh, this is the Maokai main. He's playing Mordekaiser, man. He's got the pentakill. He's hyped for Worlds, you know. He's feeling pretty good, but he's playing this AP Bruiser here inside of the top side.
And the more interesting thing, too, we talked about how, like on that note, both of these junglers are pathing towards the top side of the map, even though we were talking kind of in tune with what the analysts just mentioned and how they don't often play to their bot laners. But hold on a second, we got a bit of a tempo advantage that Sori and Kim Down are looking to use here.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you right now. Have you ever heard of Hot Shot? It's a wonderful
tell me about it.
That makes it to where every play you go for gets foiled. As you can see, everything getting turned on its head, but Greg is laying in a good amount of work here. He's got Conqueror going for himself on this Aatrox and was able to force the flash from Rapid. So it looked like it was getting turned on its head, but it is going to be Mercenaries coming out the top.
I like that play from Wildcard because what happened in the first minute of play, Izo checked the blue buff spawn and realized that Rourke was not pathing top to bottom. He was going bottom to top. So Rapid tried to 3-camp and meet him there. It didn't end up working out. It didn't result in a kill, but it will get him control over the top side. And Rourke actually is taking the safe route and just backing, conceding his top side camps and moving towards this bottom scuttle here. So a farm lead will still be there in favor of Rapid, who still has a whole top side jungle to farm, as well as Rourke's.
But look at how they're tracking this Trundle now. Ivana put a ward down onto the chickens. They see him as he's feasting upon these chickens here. And Ivana doing a great job, Wildcard Developmental, tracking Rourke and where he may want to proceed.
And that's important too, because you want it so that you can make plays across the map and not have them be answered. We talked about Ivano trying to get first move on the map, and already that is happening, even though they don't see the angle. Look to see more of this a lot. You're going to see Rapid hovering in the area. You're going to see Ivano shove and then try and make a move here. The thing I want to see too is maybe more pressure into Cinnamon Bread in the mid lane. Force the TP so that he won't be able to answer any of these plays as well.
Well, let me tell you something. It's going to take a little bit for that one.
Maybe.
He has the item that he needs for it now. He's got that Lost Chapter, and that's going to be beneficial for him to be able to do that. But you do need a couple levels and to set up the wave just right to get that shove just as you want to. So doing a great job in regards to that. This does mean that Ivano is going to be able to reset off of his reset. So far across the board, nothing too terrible has gone on in regards to either one of these two sides. As Darkseal just picked up by the LeBlanc. So we'll have to keep our eyes and see exactly. I guess Iso not having a great time in this these trades.
No, not at the moment. And I just want to note too, Cinnamon Bread actually got a really big back off. I think he went Futures Market on the second tree because he already has at 30 CS, he already had the Lost Chapter, which is huge for him because of the extra mana, the AP, everything that it gives you. So if we're talking about in terms of power, he can actually kind of contest Ivano and will absolutely have an easier time because of the mana staying in lane, continuously shoving. And now that he's hit level 6, Ivano, he's got to think a little bit every time he uses Distortion.
Yeah, this is also a free gangsta, but Ivano does a masterful job. Peeled back the passive like an onion and tore into it. Cinnamon Bread not enjoying that whatsoever.
No, and I mean, who does? He wants to hold the ultimate for the gank when Rourke shows up in mid lane just to ensure that you get that kill here. Nobody at the moment is going for this dragon. Things are kind of relaxed. Oh, wow.
I don't know if relaxed is the word. Beautiful.
Maybe not.
It hits into cleave. Crazy Goose is still shooting away on some arrows. As it's going to result in nothing further there. Cinnamon Bread taking a large chunk of damage is going to be able to hold down Ivano. As Ivano is going to have to reset off of this, cannot play any further forward. Might be looking actually for a kill. Rapid's here on the flank. Rapid's starting up the chickens. Will be Cinnamon Bread making a smart decision to back off here. As Rourke is here to try and contest chickens. I don't know if this is the play pillar to keep him at bay.
I don't think he realized Rapid's there, so he wisely walks away because his mid laner cannot join him here. And this is the pressure that I was hoping for. Cinnamon Bread is forced to TP, which means now, if a cross-map play is made, he can't join. Rourke's in trouble.
Yeah, and right now, Rapid is actually getting out of dodge immediately. Kim down was all that was needed there to make sure that Rapid didn't want any of that smoke.
Can you blame him? If the Lantern really did bring Sahori, this would be a little bit different of an exchange there for the side of Wildcard. So they just get out. But overall, they have been doing pretty well in this early game, especially Ivano and Rapid. They're finding pressure. They just need to be able to do something with it here. Speaking of the Lantern, they can bring in Rourke for a play.
Might be looking for the Thresh Express is here and ready, all aboard. If you got your ticket, don't worry about it. Kim has one punched in for you. And Ivano does have that blue buff, and it's actually quite a bit low, and we're about to see that grass come back online here for Cinnamon Bread.
Yeah, it's coming up really soon, so the recall is coming from Ivano to respect it. Might have to TP back to lane just because of the timing of it, which would be unfortunate because of the pressure that we were talking about here. Yeah, he's going to TP right to the wave. Rapid is on the Raptors camp, so maybe he could force him. Oh, yeah, he's here.
Yeah, he's here. He just charged.
Oh, the Mimic.
That. There's a beautiful bit there. Great to see in first blood for Rapid.
Yeah, really nice of Ivano. Uses the Mimic to get the chains again. The perma CC onto Cinnamon Bread before he took us. We got to fight bot too.
Yeah, they just put the Ignite Raw down onto Kim down. That's going to be the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to go ahead and spell out his doom. Sahori is trying to see if he can fight his way out of it, but he is charmed as a double kill goes over to the Crazy Goose.
And the second you start walking away from Ashe, it is a doomer. And so that bot control means Wildcard Developmental will pick up Dragon #1, and they're really starting to get things moving in this game here, Travesty. They are picking up some of these leads. Now their Ashe is 2-0, who's going to be a pretty big source of DPS later on into the game, so you definitely love to see that. And all Mercenaries have to show for it is that first Rift Herald. Because they have a lot of control on this top side, if Barrack has just been running train over ISO, they could try and potentially make a play here. We already see Kim down on the top side of the map. And, well, we have a lot of people on the top side of the map, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of people rotating around here. Cinnamon Bread wants to make his presence known. Same for Rourke and Kim down. The pillar goes out. The subjugate as well. put him in the death realm and see what you can do with it. Barrett getting caught out of position, is getting dropped down to
Low.
critical HP, and Ivano will be able to secure the kill. Ivano still has to change. He's throwing him down. Cinnamon Bread is going to have his HP depleted as Rapid finds that kill. Wark will be able to flash forward, find the LeBlanc, but he is going to be in a troublesome situation. The Lantern is
Will he,
there,
though?
and he'll be able to make a smooth escape.
Oh, and that is worth it. He ends up picking up a kill and he walks away. You end up going 1-for-1 in this scenario here, and still overall you find yourself down a decent amount of gold here, but Barrack at least has been able to, for the most part, kind of run things in the top lane. Still, Rift Herald is on the table here for the side of Mercenaries. Now they could just make another play top side after Wark clears some of these camps, and you could still make a play to pick up some turret plays, potentially get that first turret down.
I feel like that play, the big thing to take note of too, is it highlights the fact that how hard it is for this team to group up on the Iso. Like, Iso is really good on being able to like absorb pressure, right? You can be that sponge for your team to be able to absorb all the aggression coming their way. But it's also hard to be able to make use of that aggression on a Mordekaiser, man. He just sends you to the realm and nobody else has any say-so. Nobody else is able to get involved in this honorable duel where, in this case, both combatants went to the opposite ends of the circle. It's just like, I don't want any of this.
And now, after all that excitement, we're back to just a very calm state. League of Legends here on the Rift. Not a whole lot to play for at the moment here. So we still haven't seen too much of Ivano being able to kind of get across the map here. We did see the top side play, which is good, but I think as LeBlanc, you want to keep accelerating leads and continue to grow them here. And Ivano, he's feeling pretty good about this one.
Yeah, I mean, why not go ahead and put
Oh,
the
the
chain
arrow.
on him? The pillar was able to come out, but the charm coming in from Cleve, he'll be able to
Ooh.
follow it up. A distortion later, Kim down, gets dropped. Azori has a
Cinnamon bread.
beautiful moonlight coming through, laying in so much damage. They're going to be able to find the LeBlanc, but Crazy Goose is finding Zori while the rest of the team gets
Oh,
locked
they're
up.
gonna die.
Beautiful from Sahori. Go ahead and cleanse away, but Wildcard are able to find advantages for themselves inside the jungle.
Now still 2 for 3.
Wait, I still got
For-
killed.
Oh! Oh, that makes a lot. Okay, that makes a lot more sense there. Okay, so it ends up being this trade for on the bottom side of the map. First, we'll talk about that. Yeah, you do end up picking one up because Cinnamon Bread helps with the focus, but overall, it's still Wildcard are in such a strong position now. They can dive that deep and still come out on top here. Realistically, that's a good trade for them in that instance because you know what happened with Iso and Barrack is and wow, did he really just let him go?
He just let him go. He just said, you know what? You can go. That's fine. He was,
He didn't want to fight him.
he wasn't going for that, but I believe we actually have a replay of everything that happened that day, and you could see everything that happened there.
Yeah, and we just missed that beautiful double knock up from Cleve, but realistically, like this was still a really good fight from Wildcard, despite how deeply pushed in that they are. Just the lead that they have is just that strong at the moment here, and it all started with a big pickoff from Ivano, catching out Kim down and realizing, hey, sorry, buddy, I know this is your jungle, but you can't be here anymore now. Rourke, forced to drop Rift Herald mid, is only going to get a couple of plates, and now they actually have to overload just to guarantee that it will be able to get there. And at least it is split only between 2 members, so it's not all bad, but it's not all great either.
Not ideal is definitely
Yes.
the feeling there, as Mercenaries, they're looking to see what they can do. It's currently almost a 3k difference in gold coming out in favor of Wildcard Developmental, and looks like Wildcard Developmental is looking to increase their lead, and they're looking to do that in the bot lane here, so you need to be careful, buddy. Lantern is there, he senses danger, and will get out of dodge.
And there's that ward down by the Krugs, which is really useful. And overall, just good knowledge that, hey, you know what, Rapid? This Ashe is really pushed up. Rapid is probably nearby, so let's be a little careful here. And oh, wow. So we missed the dive top side, which is off a TP from Cinnamon Bread, so which is a pretty big deal. The
Didn't
first
even have
turret
to
goal
ult.
going over to Barrack. Yeah, he still holds on to that ultimate that everybody hates so much. And
Unless you're or him.
I think even or if you're him, you secretly hate him. Barrack has a decent lead going on here.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Not
the
a
hook?
decision, but a beautiful hook. the follow-up coming in from Cleve. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow only connects onto him, but Sahori and Kim Down outplay the bot side of the map and are able to find the kill onto Ivano.
Yeah, that was an impressive hook. Throwing it where Ivano was going to go back with the W2 in his distortion, and that does end up getting another kill in Sahori's pocket. Like we talked about Aphelios being this potential late game hyper carry, this definite win con for Mercenaries, so being able to pick up some of this extra gold and still guarantee that he can contend in terms of damage output later is a big deal, especially because even the Wildcard are ahead. We look at how these team comps function, especially Barrick, who has a strong lead as well, is going to have that Gore Drinker, have the sustain being that Aatrox. He can frontline for Sahori, where he's going to be able to essentially free auto. Wildcard Developmental are going to have to be very mindful of this. So I think a bigger lead might be needed for them to really feel comfortable with their composition.
Bro, you're talking about leads though? Look, we were just talking about, hey, yo, Wildcard Developmental got about a 3K lead almost for themselves. Mercenaries have shored that up. Like, this is just about a 1K difference now. That's 2K that they were able to make up in the last minute here on top side and bot side in an instance. And you can look at the goal going across the table, especially look at the difference in top lane here, Beatdown.
Yeah.
As Varric is putting in a clinic.
He is, and him being this is what is going to make him such a meaningful frontliner as time goes on here, and a meaningful damage threat in his own right. You have a handful of melees on the side of Wildcard, so they will have to be able to worry about this one. The only thing is Sahori is down 1,000 gold. Crazy Goose has been in control of the bot lane here, so some catch-up is going to be needed. But also, if Varric gets on top of Crazy Goose, even if he was 5-0, I don't think that would matter. So being able to position well in these team fights is going to be very crucial here.
You want to talk about something crucial? It's about to run for his life right now, man. As Barrick is just pushing him away from his tower. They're looking to try and give more to it. Get down flash for Ivano. Herald is being summoned in the mid lane. Cue the Beverly Hills music, man. They're looking to just try and chase him down. Ivano has burnt so much time from the side of Mercenaries. There's 2 charges coming out. Wildcard taking full advantage of the sacrifice.
Yeah, Mercenaries maybe over chasing a little bit there, because like you said, 1 turret, maybe that's one thing, but losing 2 to that Rift Herald play is really unfortunate, and you also count the turret that was lost in the top side of the map here, or the side of Wildcard Developmental. So they gain a lot of gold off the back of that play, and in some crucial places, like Izo, who we already talked about, was a decent bit behind. Getting some of that turret gold is a big deal for him.
Yeah, and man, I feel like the thing is right now for Mercenaries that they're kind of trying to figure out is how do they turn an advantage for themselves after they're able to find a pick? Because right now Wildcard Developmental's been doing a great job of saying, all right, you can get an advantage, but we're going to get something substantial back. And I feel like that handshake agreement is definitely what Mercenaries do not want to see happening over and over again. And it will come into question as the game goes on later and later on how that comes to bite them, because that late game decision making can turn a game on its head.
And I think it's recognizing what's worth spending your time on and what's not. Like chasing Ivano around the map for as long as they did is not ideal. You laugh, but like, I really mean it. Like it was what caused so much. Yeah, it was a little unfortunate. You get a lot of you lose a lot on the map rather chasing red dots like they did. Something they're going to have to be mindful of for the rest of this game here, because Ivano's playing LeBlanc, and he's a tough one to get a handle on.
Slippery magician, man.
Yes.
And let's see what they got in locked and loaded, as we're seeing them trying to group up a lot more here as of late. Barrick is trying to group up with the team here, so hasn't been in the sideline, so this is giving Izo quite a bit of time to actually catch up. Not on just turret gold, but it's been able to catch up in CS. Is see a little bit of action here in the mid lane. Oh, there we go. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It does connect. They're going to be able to tear apart the controlled HP ball. Is getting jumped onto by Izo, while the rest of the team is getting jumped onto by the rest of the members. But
wow!
The Battle Mercenaries are looking. They're locked and loaded. They came in here ready to fight. Cinnamon Bread trying to see what he can do, but Izo buying so much time. Wildcard turn it on their head, and they're able to find the advantage at the end of the fight.
Well, and I think Barrack flashes back in so he can try and get another Gore Drinker proc, but although he does a lot in this fight, it's not enough for Wildcard to lose out on this third dragon here. And that's one thing we actually didn't talk about yet thus far. The control that they've had over the bottom lane has gotten them all of these early drakes. And what that means is we have soul point here at 19 minutes and a potential very early dragon soul. You could argue that in its Cloud Soul, it might not be as big of a deal, although Mordekaiser being faster once he ults in the Death Realm is a little scary. It is going to be interesting to see how Mercenaries decide to focus the next dragon going forward. Maybe they let this one go in exchange for a Baron if that becomes an option, but Wildcard could be looking to do that same thing.
All that stuff, and you can see exactly how this fight. Look at Izo here over onto Sahori. Sahori knew he messed up. He was in the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, and he's also going to have to consider the QSS. But let's look at Barrack for a second here. He gets the shutdown onto Rapid, but they do a good job kiting him out from the side of Crazy Goose and Ivano. And you see that flash in come through, hoping he can kind of get the jump on them rather. We have something going on here. Ivano, are they going to chase him again?
They're looking to do just that. Cinnamon Bread, he needs to start pulling the trigger, man. He is really self-conscious about hitting that R key. I think he might be right on that. He might be feeling a little disgusting when he has to press the key himself.
They're on the Baron.
They're looking at, yeah, I mean, why not? That TP on the block. This is such an easy play.
Barrack has the ultimate. They could go for a potential fight here. They're only down 2k.
Yeah, well, they're about to be down a lot more if this keeps up. The rest of the fight is scrambled. They're looking to see what they can. Moonlight Vigil does not hit onto anybody, and it's just this Ash free hitting, but is eventually going to get grabbed upon. Work's going to find himself going down. Rapid able to find the kill. The HP bars are so low. Rapid sticking on to this Aphelios. Sahori not long lasting here as he is going to find himself taken back to the fountain. And Wildcard Developmental, they completely take out 3 members without dropping any of their own.
Oh, Travesty, what a beautifully decisive fight it was from the side of Wildcard. And you know who the hero of that fight was? It's Izo. He pulled Barrack into the Death Realm. So all that ish that happened in the last fight, that's not an option anymore. He had to use the World Ender ultimate just to stay alive long enough to join his team. And by the time he got to, they were donezo. And now this is Wildcard solidifying a very strong lead. And with this Baron buff locked in, they're only going to get more for themselves here. Mercenaries, they find themselves in an incredibly difficult position.
You're absolutely right. They gotta figure out a way to see through this illusion that Ivano has cast across their eyes, right? Like you and me, we got our Naruto gear on, you know? I feel like Ivano got some genjutsu going on over there.
True.
He is making them feel very, very aggressive towards one another here as we are in an interesting moment there. I don't know who that was. That was
Genjutsu. It was some Genjutsu. Yeah, exactly. No problem. We could see through it, but the point is, Kim Down also seen through because of that hawk shot, and you're just playing damage control. If you're on the side of Mercenary, all your waves are pushed in. You're trying to farm as safely as you can. Just kind of weather the storm. It's gonna be this Baron buff here, but we talked about Wildcard's composition, how to really come out on top here, you need a really sizable lead. Well, 5, almost 6,000. That's pretty sizable, Travesty. I think they're in a very good spot right now.
They're in a very good spot. Izo is in a very interesting spot for sure. The World Ender from Barrack. Barrack looking to try and play his cards just right. Waiting for the rest of the team to come in here. Doesn't want to risk it turning on its head, as Barrack is going to be able to turn around. Rourke gets the kill, and they're able to dedicate it. But Wildcard Developmental is just picking up something in the bot lane as this all happens.
Yeah, I think that bot tier 2 going down was kind of inevitable, so I think you're okay trading it for Izo's life. You eliminate one Baron buff, one potential lane that Wildcard can threaten Mercenary's side of the map through. So I think that ends up being a positive play for them overall, but still, with a minute left on this Baron buff, with Dragon Soul coming up in less than that, Mercenaries have a really tough decision to make here. Do they actually go for this fight for the Soul, or do they back up and try to flip it at the Elder?
Look how beautiful this play was from Wildcard.
Dude, look at Barrack. Yeah, look at Barrick. He's literally no longer part of the situation. He gets pulled into the death realm, and that's it. The rest of his team fall around him. Wildcard can do without Izo in these fights in a 4v4, but Mercenaries cannot fight without Barrick. He is too crucial, like we were highlighting earlier. So him being isolated like that can't happen. And we were talking about candidates for buying a QSS. You know what? Barrick might need to buy one.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, you might need to look into that. The Affilios hasn't bought one yet either. His gold has actually been stagnated. Pretty hard here. Look at the difference in itemization across the table, Vito.
Yeah, almost more than a full item ahead is Crazy Goose, who's in such a strong position. Only one who's built the QSS is Rapid Fire, or Rapid rather. He's the one respecting the point-and-click CC Cinnamon Bread has to offer here, and it feels really bad to build as an Aatrox, but in the situation for Mercenaries, Barrick, you're too important. You've got to build it.
Yeah, you have to. The tap has to be paid. Ego check coming through. Make sure you go ahead and do it, man. Just go ahead and get rid of it. Just like I was saying earlier, man. I want to see a little bit more of decisive shot calling coming out from the side of Mercenary, just because they haven't really been able to pull it looks like they've been setting up like the target, but they're never able like to hit the bullseye or anything like that. They're not taking the time to actually like go for something that's surefire or something that's going to work. It's just like they're the teams that are rapid firing whenever they're shooting off these shots. They're throwing shots at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah, but now for Mercenaries, it's not really an option anymore. They are in a very precarious situation where if they lose one, maybe two more fights, game one could very well end here. We're getting close to the time where spawn timers are long enough for that to be the case, with a lot of these waves being pushed in by Wildcard, with the fact that almost all these outer towers are gone. Mercenaries have to be careful. And with the soul already going over to Wildcard, you have to set your sights on this next Baron, and you have to set your sights on this next Elder. If you can hold out and not lose any inhibitors before that time, you might have a chance.
Yeah, I actually really like the idea of them possibly just saying, all right, you know what, we got a turtle for a bit. We don't want them to get a free Baron that comes up here in a minute and a half, but Dragon's in 4 minutes. So I'm hoping that they're keeping their eyes on it, because that's a beautiful point, as that is a comeback mechanic waiting for the side of Mercenaries.
It is, but it is one they're going to have to earn, and heavy emphasis, bold and italicized on earn. This is going to be hard. So very hard for them, especially given the fact that they don't have as much easy engage as the side of Wildcard. They didn't have that long range engage from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and it's been serving them really well throughout most of game one here in the series. So Mercenaries, they're going to have to play carefully. You see them pushing out some of these side waves. They want to move mid and try and get some kind of priority so they can keep pushing their vision line, but it's tough. Wildcard actually have a lot of deep wards that Mercenaries haven't dealt with yet. So we could even potentially see flank TVs from Izo, from Ivano.
I mean, they're all here just ARAMing it right now. Aatrox is having to run back to deal with the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser has TP. By the time Barrick shows himself, it could easily be a turnaround. But look at this. Nobody's responding. He's going to get the free push onto this tower.
I mean, somebody has to back at some point here. Are they really going to trade their inhib for the Baron? Like you said, Izo has TP, so he can join if a fight is started here. But it's looking like, wow, they're just letting it go. No, Barrick is going down.
Barrick's going down, but it's so much indecisiveness, man. He started walking that way 3 different times. Like, you have to look for that moment to actually run down, and unfortunately, Mercenaries just... Look at this! He just runs back into the same bush! Izo's bush of safety! They just can't sense him there.
Wow, that's actually surprising. I was expecting him to recall, already walk up to the top side of the map here, but it's looking like he's anticipating that Barrick clears one wave, moves up to the fight, knows he's going to have to sacrifice some farm if his team wants to be in a decent position here, and Izo still has TP. So realistically, someone has to answer him.
Oh my god, dude, they are just messing with everything they can possibly do. Mercenaries don't know exactly what they have to do to send over there. Malzahar is now back. He has TP. The Cinnamon Bread can rejoin. He is actually TPing to the top wave. Mordekaiser's TPing behind the team of Mercenaries here. Is going to be able to look for the catch out. Is going to go ahead and put work inside the step room. That's going to be a chance for the error. Go ahead and connect it onto the thresh. There's only 3 members of Mercenaries here, right now. As this Rourke is going to find himself getting dropped first. The base gets dropped down fiercely as Ivano finds another another one. It is just members dropping one by one from these mercenaries as Aatrox, his name next on the list. Cinnamon Bread is going to get jumped onto an 80 carry flashing forward. Doesn't tend to work out too terribly often, but Crazy Goose knows exactly how to make it work, as they are going to be able to find the ace for themselves.
Yeah, they find the ace, and they probably found game one travesty. Wildcard make a statement with the first game here in the semi-final series by essentially dismantling Mercenaries from start to finish here. Things definitely got a little mixy at some points here, but realistically, utilizing their very strong mid-jungle duo, they are going to take game one.
One going over to the side. Wildcard here, as they were able to come out on top, playing to the win cons. Man, it's stuff that you love to see, and really and truly Wildcard showing exactly what makes them so fierce. Have to see if that continues going on in the game two here, Beatdown.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, realistically, they played very, very well. You think about not just the individual laners themselves, because realistically, that bot lead was all Crazy Goose. It was all the bot 2v2, because they ended up going for that one. No jungle attention, no roams from other laners, no TPs, and Crazy Goose came out 2-0. That is a part of the success there from this game. But Wildcard also played the map really well. They understood how to use their leads. They understand where to move around the map and set up for some of these objectives. And it served them really well as, again, convincing game one victory for them.
We'll have to see exactly how these mercenaries decide to recuperate and rally themselves up, because we are in a best of 5 and mercenaries are going to be looking to answer back. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to a short break. When we come back, we're going to have our analyst desk that prepares us and gets us ready to go into game number 2. So make sure you do not touch that browser.
let the dancing begin. Well, I didn't see that coming. A classic, and at the same time, progressive.
Hey, welcome back to the desk. All right, subscribe. Don't hear about D, and of course, my main man T's back at it. Yo, y'all just saw that game firsthand, as did we, and it got us thinking. We were predicting things to be a little bit closer. We were thinking it was going to come down to the macro play, but I'm getting a little bit of the flashbacks from yesterday here, gentlemen, because a lot was sort of snowballing, even here from Maryville. T, I don't know if you remember, was really off of a lot of those bot side plays. Those 2v2s snowballed into so much more across the map. But we, of course, can't forget ISO getting solo bolo topside. But we'll talk about that and a lot more. The Dia, break that down for us.
Yeah, that was, I'm not going to lie, Rev, a game that has me sweating for my prediction, because I predicted one game going over to Wildcard, and that's the lifeline that has just been lost now. Mercenaries have to take 3 games in a row, and off of what we just saw, I'm a little bit concerned for it. You saw Wildcard very much managing the first couple minutes, and this was a perfect example. Take your eyes to your minimaps. Right there as Rapid and ISO show up on your screen. They don't get a kill off of this invade, but man, it changed the game, forcing Rourke out of the jungle, putting Mercenaries on the back foot, and it's exactly what Wildcard had a license to do from the very draft. I mean, think of how much autonomy they have with LeBlanc, Xin Zhao, Mordekaiser. I mean, this is literally exactly what you want to see in terms of execution from that composition. They noticed that and did that really, really well. Mercenaries seemed kind of helpless against it for the first couple minutes.
And that all continued to kind of snowball forward, like you were mentioning, right? It's like Mercenaries were really left on the reactive end to essentially everything a Wildcard was throwing at their faces, because we were talking about before, when it came down to their draft, there wasn't a ton they could have done, right? In terms of actually just deciding, hey, let's go, let's do this. It really was just disengage options and maybe more pick style that they had kind of brought up for themselves. But as the game transitioned, through and through here, TH, right, They were just kind of stuck on the back end, just chilling, waiting for what was essentially ultimate death to come to them.
Yeah, the big weakness that Mercenaries had from a comp standpoint is that they weren't able to have a strong engage tool like the Zenzao or the Rakan. They were stuck with only like a fresh pillar or maybe getting an Aatrox flank or a fresh hook, and they were unable to execute on both of those scenarios.
Yeah, it was a lot of if, ands, and buts draft wise, but this was something that we did highlight really early on, I believe. Oh, this is a totally different thing. TJ, how about you take this?
Yeah, so what we see, we use wildcard developments engage tool of the Astro coming out into Rakan ult, having a really good combo. But as we see, this is one Mercenary's strongest fight was with the Aatrox coming in from a flank position. But at the time, because of wildcard development being able to get a strong lead through that first jungle invade, you just see that they're a much stronger team at this point in the game, and they're able to barely come out with a team fight win there.
Yeah, that is way past the first blood that I was thinking we were gonna get to see for a moment. I was very caught off guard, but I'll talk about the first blood instead of seeing it because that was something that snowballed into the fight that we just saw. Thank you, Tej, for catching me there. You got my back, and I appreciate it. The Xin Zhao LeBlanc was something that we talked about really early on, not just for wildcard in terms of composition, but also the way that they like to play the game. I believe this is the clip where Ivano does get the reset, but then it's him and Rapid comboing in a way that doesn't give Mercenaries any autonomy. The roam isn't there from the support, Rourke isn't in position, and this is the sort of force for the plays that Wildcard have in an advantage definitively over Mercenaries. This is something that I don't think is going to change based on draft. I don't think is going to change based on anything compositional. It's going to be entirely a playstyle difference. If Wildcard are the ones forcing the mid 2v2s, they're going to be winning them, and Mercenaries need that support from the bot lane.
And the support ultimately didn't exactly come to them until much later on in the game. We were talking about the Thresh pick that could have been the potential catalyst for them to be able to come back. And yeah, you saw how valuable it became in disengaging. But on the other end, though, it didn't necessarily matter because when you had, my main man Iso topside deciding, hey, yo, Aphelios, that's a cool ultimate you got there.
God.
Would be a shame if you couldn't use it.
Bro, that hurts so much.
And just yanks him out of the game immediately, going and back into Detroit with that skin, which I know was the right skin, but y'all get the point though. And then end of the day, he took him out, and that happened consistently because even in the Baron fight that we saw here, Tease, right? Yeah, Iso got some crucial targets, but a lot more happened after that as well.
Yeah, now looking at this Baron fight, this is really the nail in the coffin for wildcard development. They're able to shut down the Baron in flank with the Mordekaiser ultimate here, and then as you see, even though it's looking left for wildcard development, they're able to execute on the team fight with the power with Xin Zhao, and Iso did a really good job of choosing the right target to ult, shutting down Barrick's play, and basically securing them the game from this point on.
Especially because we talked about how I think Ravi, you were the one that brought it up during the start of this desk, that it was all up to really an Aatrox flank to put Wildcard in a difficult position. With that eliminated, with Mordekaiser literally taking him off of the rift, there's no pressure, there's no sandwich that Mercenaries get put into. They're not in a tight position because they can retreat right back into the safety of their Mordekaiser. They can push back into their jungle and even into the Baron pit that they were just fighting at. The Baron itself, taking that was risky, but the turn from Wildcard was calculated perfectly to take control of that game and basically end it from there on out. The game didn't end on the Baron push, but from what was a very even game, it took off after that.
It does remain to be seen what kind of sandwich Mercenaries and both Wildcard can make for us going into game number 2. And if they manage to take this, then I do fear for Mercenaries for now. But Travesty, Beatdown, y'all let me know, what's your favorite type of sandwich?
Well, my favorite type of sandwich is the one that doesn't have foot lettuce. I will take that. That will be my order. Beatdown, how about you?
What is foot lettuce?
We're just gonna go ahead and go into game number 2, dude. Then, as I have now put Beatdown in a question that has some questioning a lot of things.
I don't know. As for my favorite sandwich, do I have a favorite sandwich? I don't know. I like sandwiches. I like you know what? I like pastrami sandwiches.
Okay, very
From
valid.
from a shop that knows you got to put the pickle on the side because I don't want pickle juice sogging up my bun.
Dude, there's nothing worse than a soggy bun, and let me tell you right
No,
now,
there isn't.
I think neither one of these teams are looking at any soggy buns here right now. Mercenary trying to see if they can work their way back in here and decide a wild card situation of their own here. They're wanting to make sure that the comeback is not available because that will definitely add some salt to the sogginess.
It certainly would. We'll see. Honestly, we had a really convincing game one, and you mentioned it on the draft. I think on the desk rather. The draft did leave out some options Mercenary might have been desiring. Again, we saw it on the replays. We talked about it on the cast. It's tough for Barrick to be that main frontliner when one, he is their best source of engage as an Aatrox, aside from maybe a Thresh. And two, he gets ulted away most of the time. So he doesn't get the angles that he's actually looking for here. So I'm looking for Mercenaries to change things up a little bit into draft for game two. And I'm hoping to see more. Maybe draft yourselves a more simpler front to back composition. I think at this level of play, it is just such a big recipe for success here. And with the sides swapped, I am curious to see what Wildcard is going to prioritize going into some of these early picks.
Yeah, when in doubt, just draft for the meatball style composition. See how that will work out for you. I personally want to see them take a little bit more opportunities. I'm going to throw it over there as we see him going over to both sides here. I want to see what opportunities they take in the draft, and I want to see how that presents itself inside the game for the side of Mercenaries, because I felt like a lot of their shots, they didn't fire off on any of them, man. They were firing off blanks a lot of the time.
Yeah,
not even that sometimes.
they just weren't firing at all. Is that what you want to say?
Yes. Like it was like it wasn't even the gun was like broken or anything like that. They
just not loaded.
Yeah, it wasn't loaded at all to begin with. It's like a kid running around with the little rubber band guns as a kid, man. I'm like, and no rubber bands on it whatsoever.
Hey, listen. Okay, I was gonna say because those hurt too, man. You ever been hit by those, Travis?
Yes, I'm talking about them. I used to own them. My poor little brother.
Oh wait, are you talking about like a little contraption, or are you talking about wrapping it around your finger?
No, wait, I had a straight up contraption.
Wow, must be nice. I'm out here in the slums having to wrap this around my finger just so I can at least have some kind of this effect. And you're out here having contraptions.
Yeah, we had a little cog on the back of it, and you put the band on the cog, and you
What?
put the trigger. Yeah, it hurt 10 times worse.
It sounds excruciating.
It's a very painful situation to have to deal with there. As going through here, seeing the bands that are flying through at this moment in time, we are seeing a little bit of adaptation coming on in. As from one side to another, Kalen would be a very interesting band. Is taken off the table. Wasn't played at all, and wasn't banned, I don't believe.
Yeah, it was not banned last game. It was definitely not played. I'm gonna chalk that up to either a misclick or a respect ban. I'm not sure what you're expecting because I don't think Caitlin's good right now. But to each your own. Well, I don't judge. Mercenaries, on the other hand, bans make a lot more sense. You get rid of Xin, you're thinking about getting rid of Viego. That's fine, especially because if you take away Xin, I mean, they're willing to play the Trundle. So again, I'm interested in why they won't leave Viego up and just pick Trundle into it. But maybe this is something they're not interested in seeing.
Yes. We've all had the solo queue nightmare where Viego gets a insta triple. You know, we've all dealt with that.
Starts getting resets.
Yeah, but the champion I want to talk about is the Kench, man. I saw it get hovered there for a moment. It is unbenched inside of this game as the bans did change slightly enough, but we're still seeing priority on this Thresh, this time on the side of Wildcard.
We could easily see the Aphelios come through on Wildcard side as well. It's just a really popular combination and how good it is. And because Trundle's not picked up, maybe we could see it grabbed here by Mercenaries. We're going to see a lot of different hovers. I'm going to wait till things are locked in. We could see mid laners pick. Lee Sin would be cool. Lee Sin is very cool, so I do like that one. He's still picked from time to time as either an alternative or response to your Viegos, your Xintaos, etc. You have a lot of early power, and if you can get yourself a strong mid laner with some of that gank assist pre-6, things are looking really good. Lee Sin LeBlanc, I like that. Lee Sin Syndra, I like that.
got some flexibility that you can bring out
You
here
do.
while we're talking about
Lee Sin
over
Ashe is
here.
fine.
Mercenary got the Ashe. That's what they wanted to lock in for themselves. Now, Wildcard, what do you got for us here?
I wouldn't be surprised if they just grab Aphelios for themselves here and just answer with whatever jungler they're thinking about too. Trundle could very well be the lock-in for them. It doesn't give away everything just yet because it can flex top. Obviously, we have Thresh and won't flex support, but there are basically options that you can pick for yourselves here. Ziggs is a pretty good one because if we talk about safe laners, Ziggs is about as safe as can be down in that bottom lane. So if you want an AD that will allow your support to be unlocked and move around to other parts of the map, Ziggs, just like Ashe, is a good choice.
Yeah, I love this pick here, and if they lock in something that I saw the Jarvan hover for a moment there.
I saw a lot of hovers.
I see it whenever you have something that gives you some like AOE lockdown. It's fantastic, and it got locked in.
They heard
there,
you.
So, yeah, they heard me. That's a fantastic combo to come in here. That guarantees a lot of Ziggs damage.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick because usually when you play Jarvan, like your early game is also really important because you're not going to be out farming Lee Sin, even Lee Sin, whose wave clear was never historically good. So I imagine we're going to see a lot of early action here from both of these junglers trying to basically get leads mid and top bot, wherever the case may be here. And Mercenaries did lock in that LeBlanc, so you do have that really strong mid-jungle duo we talked about here, but this time it's going to be in their hands, and they'll be the ones piloting that LeBlanc.
And I like it because of the fact that now they get to target out the side of Wildcard's mid lane here. And, you know, we didn't really talk about it too terribly much because he didn't have a fantastic, like, pop-off LeBlanc game, but you know, honestly, the escapes, the amount of time they were able to waste on the LeBlanc when they were piloting it over on the side of Wildcard was beautiful and really and truly shows a lot for them. So I feel like you got to show some respect to them after that performance, even if it wasn't the star-studded performance of a carry.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that we're seeing it locked in, you see Mercenaries are banning away things like Lissandra. You want to ensure that you have a mid lane matchup that you can snowball, because it's going to be really important when you're playing champs like LeBlanc and Lee Sin. That early game agency needs to be used for something. You need to be able to try and generate some of these leads. The Malzahar hover is one. There's a lot of things they could look to grab here. Silas would definitely be an interesting one, but we'll see what they actually end up locking through. I'm more curious to see what Wildcard's going to be taking into that mid lane and across the rest of the map.
Yeah, and I that's what I want to see. Mercenaries, what do you got here? I'm imagining him to pick up their top lane here, because I feel like they might. Well, no, their support. My bad. And keep their top lane as their last pick and see exactly what the matchup is going to be at the top side, because I feel like you definitely found out that Mercenaries top side is looking really good if you get them a good matchup.
Yeah, and I think that's really a really important part here. It's what a lot of teams lately are doing on red side. You save that counter pick for the top lane because of how impactful top laners are these last couple of patches. That's why you see things like Darius bans. That's why you see hovers of things like banning Camille. So that is an option they could look towards. Mercenaries just want to be absolutely sure what we're going to see topside here. And the Trundle would be really nice because that's a flex. It could go top. It could go into that support role. So you don't actually leave, or you leave so little on the table with this one in terms of what is actually happening, or rather you leave a lot of options. So Wildcard, they really have to think about these last two picks.
Yeah, and I feel like this is such a good pick, but look at this Graves lock.
That's Graves
here.
mid.
That is a solo lane Graves. We saw it get banned out in the last game. I don't know if it's guaranteed to be mid here yet, though.
I want to say it is, simply because I don't think people play Jarvan top anymore. I'm not even sure that was actually a serious thing, because whenever people
Could
told
be
me
Graves
about
top.
it, I didn't believe them. Nah, because Graves with Electrocute is really good into LeBlanc, so I think
Yes.
that's what they're going for here, and it just seems to be what makes the most sense in context. But interestingly enough, I
Yes.
recall Graves got nerfed recently with his, I think it was his mana regenerator, his mana cost for some of his abilities, because I think Riot specifically wanted to target against lane Graves. So I'm really interested to see how it's going to be played out by Wildcard's mid laner, just because you want to stay, you kind of lose pressure if you have to Paulson because they're running mana, or maybe he takes Presence of Mind.
Yeah, and I really like the fact of how the matchups have turned out here, though, because you do get this Graves, which is a nice matchup for somebody who I felt like was underrated on the side of Wildcard in the mid lane. But then you flip it over, and Mercenaries get themselves a very favorable matchup for themselves. They get the Camille, like you were talking about earlier on, and this is into an Ornn, which Ornn hasn't been in the meta sense for quite a bit of time, but we all know our favorite assassin, mage, tank, bruiser champion in the top lane. So gonna keep our eyes, see how Azo is able to pull this one out. As has been quite phenomenal on these tank picks.
I think it's fine because it's hard into Camille, which is a little unlucky, but realistically, as long as you can continue to farm, get levels, be the front line for your team, your ult is really good. Your you can upgrade items with those ornaments. There's a lot of things that there's still to offer with that Ornn, but I gotta say I like Mercenaries draft this time around because now I see more windows of opportunity for them to actually start fights and kind of find their way on coming out on top of this game too. Again, game one, a lot of it was, aside from Goose doing really well in the bottom lane, it was mid jungle, the power of the mid jungle duo as well, with the LeBlanc and the Xin Zhao. Now we have Lee Sin LeBlanc on the opposite end here for Mercenaries. This is a lot of power too. If they can use the priority they'll have for themselves in some of these lanes, and especially if this Lee Sin can help in that mid lane matchup, because Graves LeBlanc doesn't favor LeBlanc, there's a window where there's a way Mercenaries could come out on top and tie the score here.
It's absolutely where there's a will, there's a way, man. And if there's anything we've seen from Mercenaries, they have plenty of willpower in the tank to make sure they're able to take it to anybody here. And honestly, it feels really weird because, Wildcard has always been kind of with the proving ground circuit and everything that's been going on in amateur. You look at the name and you say, wow, now they are the top dogs. It's interesting because now Mercenary are the team that's looking like they're going to be the wild cards here, and they could possibly upset Wildcard Developmental if they're not careful with this team composition.
Well, we'll see. I think Wildcard has another good draft going into game 2 as well. I talked about having simple to execute front to back compositions to go for yourselves, and it looks good. It doesn't get any more front to back than having Thresh Ornn as your front line. So I think they have a lot of ways to play this. I think they have a lot of space and ways to kind of give time and space to the Ziggs, who's going to be throwing a lot of abilities down. And once he gets to 2-3 items, those Qs, and especially that ultimate, the Mega Inferno Bomb, is going to be insanely powerful. So if you can't, so the thing Mercenaries have going for them in that regard is you do have things like the Camille, which is really important for things like backline access. So you find a good flank, you can get right on top of a squishy with that Hextech ultimatum and destroy them before the front line can get involved. That makes it tough though, because you have to find these flanks. It's going to be really hard to bypass Ornn Thresh.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about something else that's going to be hard to get by, and that's going to be a lot of dunking that can possibly happen. And I'm not just talking about what could possibly happen just from Jarvan alone. I'm talking about the HP bars getting dunked as well. You got Ziggs Graves with a J4, baby. Like, listen here. That could actually be such a devastating combo, and you could find whoever Jarvan sets his sights onto will be able to eviscerate. And one of the concerns that I have for Mercenaries is not a concern I have for Wildcard, which is Wildcard show that they're ready to pull the trigger. And they're ready to jump into the slightest moment's weakness.
That's true. They definitely are not short on engage, much like before. You could make the argument that they're a little short on damage. When you think about the main sources of damage coming through are going to be from Crazy Goose and Ivano. Unless Rapid is going to bring out the dark tech that is Lethality Jarvan, which I really desperately hope doesn't happen.
You have brought it into the world.
I didn't create it, okay? It's not my fault.
No, if this was magical, he would probably have told us about the Night Harvester J4 to come in here.
Wow, I don't want to know. I don't want to. This is why I don't talk to Magical, because this is the kind of stuff he's gonna tell me about, and I just
it's some insightful stuff.
Insightful for who?
Well, he put some time into it. These aren't just baseless theories. He put some time into some crazy stuff, man. So see exactly what the craziness could come in here, though, as we are in game number 2. Minions have spawned. We will see these two squads go against each other, as Wildcard does have a game up inside this series.
And I think another thing that's interesting too, that's probably to a Wildcard's credit, is they have a good amount of ways to escape that Trundle pillar. So Kim Down, we know, was talked about by the staff of Mercenaries in Rourke, that he is very good at impacting the map for his team. So being able to avoid that on the side of Wildcard is going to be really important. Graves can dash, Jarvan can EQ. I don't know the interaction, but I imagine Ziggs could use the satchel to get behind it. You ever done that, Travis?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
I'm a Ziggs connoisseur. So.
Are you?
Yes. I play Ziggs top lane.
Why are you laughing? You!
I also play support Ziggs. It's a great time, man. Dissonance connect. So Hori is going to have a lot of damage dropped onto him, and the Ignite as well. And, ooh, God, that just put so much pain onto him.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. You can't be... You're trying to force the level 2 with that early pressure you have, but a good hook means you don't have that very same pressure anymore. We're seeing why this is a tough matchup.
Yep, a Magician not very strong against a shotgun, it seems, but Rourke will be in there to be able to stuff any attempts to go out any further.
And I like the level 2 play from Rourke. After stealing 2 camps, he goes in to help. This matchup, again, we talked about it. It's not great for LeBlanc, but getting that gold from the assist, trying to get some of that advantage and trading teleports is, I think, a big deal, because even though Ivano comes back to lane at the same time, he can't use the priority, can't use TP pressure that he's probably going to naturally get against Cinnamon Bread.
Cinnamon Bread is has the wave crashed into him as well, so he's got to be cautious. But look at where the J4 is right now, man. He's up here in the top side looking to pay some love to Barrett.
Yeah, he's in deep at the moment here. When you have pressure mid, you have push top. It's really easy for him to just walk in and, well, do exactly what he's doing. I don't think we're going to see a dive top lane, but try to get a farm lead. I mean, this is a valid strategy as well for Rapid, but I do want to see plays made in some of these lanes here after the scuttle is picked up, because J4, not known for his DPS, like I talked about. It's the CC, the playmaking, especially in the early game, if you can get the flag and drag.
I want to see what kind of build we are going to see. You see a lot of J4s go for that more bruiser tech, right? Like that tends
Gore
to
drinker,
be what it
yeah.
is. Yeah, like the Gore Drinker build and whatnot. I'm curious if we are going to see him going into that bruiser territory and trying to initiate something. And if that's the case, I'm with you on the camp of I really want to see them do something in regards to it. And I like where Rourke is right now.
Yeah, and like Rourke is he's got it. He's not too far behind. He's basically even, but he's done more for his team at this moment. He's got the kill again. His matchup. He's bought now, and look what's going on.
This is exactly the place you want to be.
Beautiful.
That is a kill going over. Sahori finds it, and Crazy Goose trying to drop some bombs. So it's just the HP bars being dropped instead.
And it's a big deal. Not only do you get the kill, my God.
You take those every day of the week, Rourke says. He's going to have to dodge out on the minefield. Will be able to safeguard himself to safety. And that's going to be all she wrote there. Mercenaries finding a nice little bit of pressure for themselves in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's a big deal. You zone Crazy Goose from some of this wave. He's going to have to collect whatever bit he can and slink his way back to base once again. He's low on mana, low in the HP department, like you were saying. And this is a great start here. 2 kills to 0 for the side of Mercenaries after a pretty rough game 1. And now we're starting to see Barrett get a little control on the top side as well. Once those levels come through, Barrett is starting to be able to threaten ISO a little bit more here.
Put that pressure on, and that's where it gets terrifying. I like how Barrick is just standing up against the wall. Like, I know you can headbutt this wall at any point in time. I dare you to. I dare you to go ahead and walk into me, but we'll go ahead and disengage that. This dragon is being started up by the side of Wildcard Developmental. They do have vision on it, but it's like they're looking to try and turn their advantages over to the mid lane. Not going to contest anything.
Yeah, it was the reset timing coming from Sahori and Kim Down kind of gave that opening. They're okay giving away this first dragon because now you're starting to have pressure top. You can look to make plays to add pressure mid, and you can try and pick up the first Rift Herald, because getting that extra gold is so much more worth it for you, especially if you can successfully dive, take a lot of turret plates, and get the first turret for gold.
And right now with the top lane being able to have a little bit of advantage for itself in this Camille versus Ornn matchup, we have to keep an eye on the priority in the lane up there, as Herald will be spawning up here in a brief moment. And like you said, I expect that to just be an object of contention between these two, as we're seeing a little bit of a death rush.
I like this.
Just that. Set an exclamation mark at the end of that death sentence, and that is going to be rapid, finding the kill on the Sayori. It's
TPs.
here though, the reinforcements arrive, TPs coming in, all of the fourth guy coming in late, not able to connect onto anybody, will get the kill on the end, but it is just going to be Azo getting dropped quickly, as it's going to be Mercenaries running away with the advantage in that fight.
And what an insane read from Rourke to be able to show up bot side before the play really started here. They do end up getting Saori, and they get his summoners. Realistically, you come out so far on top as Mercenaries. You get yourself a couple thousand gold across the board here. You get an extra kill onto Rourke. You get one onto Barrack, the Camille, who's going to be a big backline threat later on. I think everything in this early game is coming up Mercenaries so far.
Yeah, Mercenaries having a great showing for themselves here. Rourke is in a little bit of a pickle there. It was just like, oh man, hold
he's
on.
6.
Everybody trying to jump in, but he's 6.
He's gonna do
looking
it.
for He goes in. That's exactly what you do. When you land it, you go in. You take those every day of the week. Rourke looking to have the pillar to be able to keep himself safe, as that's going to be enough for them to be able to disengage. Mercenaries just giving them a little bit of a poke around and just being an aggravation for them as the hot shot comes out. Cinnamon Bread on the hunt is looking to go forward, distorts on in too rapid. The chains will be there, and Rourke will find his kill eventually.
And your only solace is that the Ziggs can get some alone time with this bot turret, but it's not a lot, as you do have Barrack on the rotation to match it. And this is perfect for Mercenaries. You get control over the top side. You can get yourselves Rift Herald #1, and you don't really lose a whole lot for it. I think one plate went over to the Crazy Goose, but he's down 16 CS. So things are basically even.
By the way, Avano has not gotten a single item yet. He just is now getting to back and buy items. So that's a very interesting thing to take note of, as we are seeing a bit of a replay here, it looks like, of, oh, this is of the play bot lane.
Oh, yeah, and this is a really nice death brush. Realistically, they get Sahori before he even realizes what's really happening here, but Cinnamon Bread already on the move. Rourke was already in the area, so it was, well, it's kind of inevitable that it would not work out.
Yeah, they were inevitable in that sense there, as you can see this Ornn taking a couple more hits, gets the kill over the barrack. Was fantastic, and Mercenaries is going to look to continue trying to do that. Rift Herald was secured while we weren't over here on the live feed, so that is in the pocket of Rourke, and now our eyes are going to be set to where he ganks nets, because that could be a tower being bulldozed before our eyes.
Very possible. All turrets right now do have the 5 plates, but there's plenty of time on that Herald. I think 3 minutes total to be able to find the opening you're looking for. But Wildcard, they're gonna they're gonna go play for bot again.
They're going for it, and they're looking to make sure that they have a huge mistake stepping up that far, as that is going to be them just gooning up on this bot lane. Double kill. This is gonna be a lot of damage on these towers and a TP. That's in the mid lane from Avano.
Yeah, so you do sacrifice the TP for the play, but it's risky, but you end up coming up so huge for Wildcard and being able to get up some of these kills. And now, because of it, Avano gets to shove this wave and basically maybe even get some alone time with some of these plays. This is not so bad for Wildcard developmental. They just want to keep kneecapping this bottom lane because they know it's the bridge into the later game for the side of Mercenaries. They know Sahori needs to be that big damage dealer, main source of DPS after Barrack goes in and does the full combo.
Yeah, and yet again, this goes back to the point of the burst that could possibly come out is something that they do have to be cautious about. Barrack getting jumped onto as I'm looking to aggress. He's blowing the Ornn horn with beautiful head stack ultimatum to be able to stuff anything to come from that. It's Barrack using the hook shot to be able to get out of harm's way. Rift Herald was something in the mid lane, got a charge off just to get a couple plates back to the team, and now we're seeing some rotations come out. 4 men into the bot lane. Let's go run it back.
Again, they're just making it so this Ashe cannot play League of Legends. And again, it makes sense with their composition. You want Crazy Goose to have a great time, Travesty. You want Sahori, you want him to have a bad time. You don't want him to be able to play this game. And now they're going to translate that denial of League of Legends play to this mid lane as they just walk up and say, hey, we didn't do anything, but I want you to know you were in that bush. We could have done something.
It's the message that didn't need to be sent, right?
That's right.
Like they
Except
have the
by me.
drafts over onto the side. They're like, I could have put you on blast. I didn't do it.
I could have
but
put you in the dirt.
Could have done it. Could have done it. Could have publicly put you 6 feet under,
That's
even
right.
deeper if I felt like it. You know.
That's exactly it, Travis. That's exactly it.
Thinking about that, Sahori is about to get his due for spotting them with that hot shot there. As you can see, the rest of the squad from Wildcard looking to catch him out. Is looking to jump onto Sahori, but the minefield does go a little bit wide. Beautiful satchel charge, but no death sentence to follow.
They don't know Rapid is there, but I guess with work nearby and focusing on the dragon, they don't want to do anything to Nixie here. But constantly, I like that Cinnamon Bread. He's been on the move, trying to leave lane whenever it is reasonable for him to try and either cover or make plays on this bottom side of the map. And I mean, it makes sense with everything that's been going on down there. And now, because of that, Cinnamon Bread is 2-0-3, and that's a nice lead to have, especially when you're on LeBlanc. It's important that you snowball this into the later parts of the game, like we kept talking about.
Yeah, especially into a counter matchup like this, right? Like, this is something that you would expect to see the Graves be able to, but that early game coming out from work, and definitely a candidate for MVP just off the performance that they've had inside this game. Rourke doing a great job to facilitate their team and make sure that their early game is able to be just fine, especially when Wildcard. This is a counter matchup they picked, and it's not able to work out the way they intended.
We'll see. It's not over yet. Luckily, Habano has been able to keep up and farm and XP. And, I mean, at this point, things are still not too bad for the side of Wildcard. They do have their ways back into the game, especially with how they want to play. Front to back, you have a lot of CC on your side. I think it's not over for them by any stretch. So it's going to be how these next objective fights go, especially because Dragon Soul is not really going to be a win con, at least anytime soon, for either of these teams at one Dragon apiece. So it's just going to be looking for that next Rift Herald, trying to find whatever leads you can, and for Wildcard, getting yourself back in this game.
Wildcard definitely trying to figure that out. One bomb at a time. As you can see, the minion get dissipated. That's one of the most satisfying feelings as a Ziggs, by the way. Just
I'm going to take your word on that.
Wave. It's so relaxing. Like, if you ever thought about, like, getting therapy, that is a form of therapy right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very soothing to the soul.
I see. So I'm gonna hop into the practice tool and just do that. And then my
No,
depression will be
part
cured,
of the
right?
satisfaction is to make sure that you realize that another person pushed in that wave and now they're upset that they didn't get to push in the wave like they wanted to. That's part of the satisfaction.
I see. Well,
It's equivalent exchange. One person has to feel sorrow so you can feel good.
I feel like that's a lot of champions in this game, but we're not going to get into that. We're going to talk about how there was an Ornn ulti top side. Barrick doesn't have flash anymore. And now, as a response...
Yeah, let's talk about this real quick, as Crazy Goose had to lay down in his deathbed there.
He sure did. Wow, he disappeared quickly. And all this topside pressure does mean you can go for Herald if you're Rapid and the rest of Wildcard, which could go to their benefit, as when the next Dragon spawns, you can drop that mid as teams do and try to just move down to the Dragon. Or they could use it to pick up their first turret of the game, because actually, until now, no turret's actually gone down. And it going into the hands of Sahori is actually a big deal because of how much attention was put bot side to try and set him back. So the fact that he still has a CS lead and now got that bonus gold, I'm afraid to ask for the gold toggle because he's probably doing great.
Yeah, I bet you it is. I want to ask for it. I'm not afraid. I want to see exactly what it is. Boom, there it is. Shoot your eyes, beat down.
It's so bright. It's so strong. 1,200 gold.
I mean, it's not just 1,200 gold, though. It's also, like, look across the board. They are actually not sizable differences, which it's actually interesting seeing the Camille being down in gold from the Ornn. But you look across the table on the rest of the lanes, everybody else has a decent little lead to add to the cushion as well.
Right, we got leads all across the board here, but of course it is mostly favoring Mercenaries, who are a few thousand gold up here. So Sahori is alone clearing mid, and now again we have Kim down moving across the map with the rest of the team, and Rourke looking to try and make all the plays that they possibly can here. And you can see it, they have all this vision set up on the river, so Mercenaries are in control of it for the most part as they try and clear whatever they can. And Wildcard, they have to play the dance. You have to walk up to mid, push the wave, then clear vision that's already been set down, and just in hopes that you'll be able to either find someone out or push your vision line just a little bit further.
Push it in, get whatever advantages
Please
you
don't
possibly
ever say
can
that
as
again.
these dragons are coming through here. Listen, I was finishing my sentence here.
Oh, okay. I got so scared when you said that. I was like,
Call the fourth guy coming through. Has a little something in his eye there, so isn't going to be able to catch him out. It's looking like you do see Rapid in the area trying to see if he can bring in some catastrophic results, but not going to be able to get in range onto Barrett.
yeah. And although,
oh.
wait, we have a play mid, I think.
It didn't hit. The arrow did not
Okay.
hit.
Sorry, it just panned so quickly. It took me a second. All right, so what I want to say, interestingly enough, you try and make that play topside. Maybe they want to try and use the Herald to take this top tier 2 as well, take Barrack down, something like that. But even though Rapid doesn't show, you give up the second dragon here, and I mean this isn't like Cloud Soul or something. This is Ocean Soul. So letting Mercenaries start to build up towards it is definitely is interesting, because I don't think you want to let anyone stack dragons in this exact scenario. But
I also get a check on that Rift Herald for just charging through a pillar like that. That's an illegal play. You can do that. Nobody else can do that.
what is it, 5-yard penalty?
Yeah, 5-yard penalty here. Bono looking like he might be the person that has to pay for it, but is going to be able to get out of harm's way. Rourke not going to be able to apply his feet to the back of his skull.
Well, not this time. But overall, we have just a lot of action across the map for most of this game here. Both of these teams are constantly trying to make plays and get themselves ahead. You see the ping coming through topside, meaning that Barrack and possibly, the rest, most of the members of Mercenaries are also going to commit to this top side of the map. Cinnamon Bread again, he's on the move. He's trying to just continue to push his leads in other areas to help the rest of his team. What a swell guy. Isn't he a swell guy?
Just a swell guy can vouch for him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Any vouchers in chat? As we are seeing a huge vouch coming over here into the top side, as it's
Okay.
Mercenary, who is up here in the top lane. There's no vision to say, hey, they're here. And so it's still playing very careful back here. Isn't one to be too aggressive just yet, but that might turn around here. As you can see, Kim Down is coming to join in the fray. Tech Ultimatum has been laid out. The Mega Fire Bomb drops in, but the damage just comes in too swift.
Right? Just stunned up, taken down before he can even hit the second part of the Ornn Horn. And now because of that, you do get the wave push in. Because of the match, you don't get to take this turret down or put any damage into it. And realistically, you lose your bot tier 1, so it's a little unfortunate. Wildcard are finding these trades all across the map here, and they're preventing this gold lead from really exceeding this 2k range. And this is kind of what they did in game 1. Playing the map as best as they can, making sure they can always trade for what they're losing.
Doing a great job at doing just that. The gold lead hasn't been able to spread apart at all. And oh man, what
Whoa.
a kick there!
Yeah, you that's, you're not allowed to be there, I guess. I'm
Rourke's
sorry.
angry, man.
I just, it happened so fast. He just got eviscerated. He got destroyed.
Those feet are registered as a lethal weapon.
I think Lee Sin's whole body is a lethal weapon. If you've ever read that lore, he did terrible things. That's all I'll say. Okay.
Yeah, Cinnamon Bread doing terrible things to the Ziggs here. That was uncalled for. He
Yeah, that's
just was
not
trying
cool.
to TP in.
That's actually the unfortunate part too. You blew the TP just to get absolutely decimated by the LeBlanc, something you won't have access to for these next couple of minutes here, and there's just one less TP on the map. Luckily, it keeps things even for Mercenaries because now they're at 2 TPs apiece for the time being, and with Baron up, really important neutral objective is something they can start to play towards here if they do want to move top, as Avano is you're a little pushed up, buddy.
Yeah, and you need to be careful. Ziggs has already been doing a little bit of marketing to being the fastest delivery service that you can possibly find here in the Unified Premier League. And it looks like it's going to be Avano that's going to be bringing it forward. His Rourke is continuing to put on the move. Cinnamon Bread is looking to pop him, but wasn't able to get the last tick off there. They will be able to survive, but while this all happens, Orin TP'd up to the top side, wanted to give a little bit of a delivery of his own.
No.
It will be just that yet again within a minute or two. A TP will be punished immediately, and now Rapid just caught out of position there. Wildcard just falling apart.
Oh, and this is so brutal. You get them. You get the Baron if you are Mercenaries, and now they can start to push this gold lead further. It's already up to 4K. Cinnamon Bread is reminding Crazy Goose that he needs to just take his hands off the keyboard when Cinnamon Bread is on the same screen as him. And now Mercenaries are in firm control of this game, and they're 15 seconds away from that soul point. Rapid is 10 seconds away. I don't even think Wildcard can play for the Dragon.
Man, you were talking about in draft, the mid-jungle duo of
I
Leeds
was.
and LeBlanc. Man, oh man, we are seeing this in fruition. We were looking for more of it with the Jinjiao LeBlanc and the LeBlanc getting fed. Cinnamon Bread is showing exactly how it's done right now on this LeBlanc. Definitely a player we're going to have to continue to watch because that's where the champions are being deleted at.
Without a doubt, LeBlanc with the lead is a very, very dangerous thing to interact with. And you can see it coming through. Crazy Goose not being in the area on the top side without TP already shows that they're just looking to farm right now. Wildcard can't do too much about this dragon, I want to say. Rapid might be looking for the steal.
Okay, Rapid went in for the steal, has Lantern. They were doing it so slow. I got worried because Ziggs was able to back and almost get in the range for that Mega Inferno bomb.
Yeah, luckily he didn't, and this is a big deal for Mercenaries. Soul point here for the Ocean Soul. Now, in the next 5 minutes, the thing is the Baron and the next dragon are coming up at the same time. We're going to hold that spot.
Yeah, all right. He's going to dodge out on that, but gets hit by the Cataclysm. Is stuck in there with his Mimic. Is trying to see if he'll be able to get out of harm's way, but Call the Forge God will be able to put an end to that. Mega Inferno Bomb was used as well to try and cut off any possible escape. So I'm finding a good pick for themselves here.
It was a pretty big chunky shutdown too, but oh no.
The satchel charge was there, was able to get it, but Rourke is looking to end that. Is going to just kick him straight in the face. That's that Dragon Rage kick, leaving a permanent mark, and it is just going to be Mercenaries continue to put in their siege without missing a beat.
No, they are just running the map right now. They're up 7K, and oh my god, Wildcard's going in.
Yeah, Wildcard's found a fantastic pick for themselves here. Sayori is going to be able to take a lot of damage from that collateral damage. He's going to just have to fight this out with Rapid. The rest of the members from Wildcard are just getting onto it. All of his escape routes have been cut. So he's trying to see if he'll be able to find a kill onto the back end. Is seeing if he can, but the volley not going to be enough as the damage comes out from Ivana. But Wildcard is still looking for opportunity.
Yeah, they are, but Mercenaries are the ones still firmly in control, even with that pick off. You can see it in how strong a lot of these members are. Bounties on top and jungle for Mercenaries. And we saw an example of how these fights can start. All it's going to take is one stray arrow from Saori. And if you get caught in that, if you're Wildcard, there's a good chance you just get taken down. You get deleted. And now, the thing I was going to say earlier before this started is that Dragon Soul and the Baron are coming at the same time. They're going to be a few seconds apart, and this is a tough decision for Wildcard to make. It's either Baron or let the Ocean Soul go. But they might have to fight for that soul because Ocean Soul would be a death sentence for Wildcard's game here.
They want to be the ones claiming the soul. They're going to have to do their best Shang Tsung impersonation here and say their soul is mine, as they are going to have to scrap their way out of this. Looking for more here, but I mean, Mercenaries are just completely taking hold of the map. This is looking like a different team in comparison to game number 1.
Right, and part of it is in how much easier it is to execute on their draft, and we're seeing that come to fruition in how all these fights come through. And Cinnamon Bread is a big player. Oh my god, like, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's dead. Crazy Goose couldn't even move by the time he died.
Nope.
He just had to close his eyes and hope the bad man went away. And now it's Barrick looking to just terrorize them here inside the mid lane. 5 members sieging down from this mercenary squad. This inhibitor is theirs to claim.
Looking at 20 seconds on Izo and Goose. They could look to do more. This is a 5 versus 3, but they're going to walk away, Travesty. They're not trying to force anything. They know in a minute and a half's time, the big win condition is about to get on the Rift here. That's what they've set their sights on. They have so much more control of the map. How all of these turrets they've taken down, all this deep vision that they have all the way down. Look at where the line is on the bottom side of the map here. All these red boards where the tier 2s used to be. So you have to go through so much, risk so much just to walk into your jungle.
It's disgusting, honestly. And it's what Wildcard has to deal with at this moment in time. Dragon and Baron spawning in about a minute here. And you have to think this is the decisive do or die moment for Wildcard to find their way back in, or for Mercenaries to seal the deal. As Cinnamon Bread has painted his target. Beautiful satchel charge from Crazy Goose to keep himself alive. He's having nightmares right now. 0-5-4 on the champion right now. Him?
Making him nightmares.
Yep, he's got a nightmare of his own. What's in the box? It's the entirety of Wildcard. They're laying in the damage. Cataclysm comes through. Lee finds the kill for the team, and now they're looking for the pick onto Warp. Mercenaries getting caught out. They're scrambled. They're in a bad spot as the Call to Force guy will be able to connect onto Zero.
Oh, the death sentence!
Beautiful mega bomb coming over into the side. Cinnamon Bread looking to try and pick somebody off onto the side. Worked over here into the side lane as well, trying to see if he can press in there. Gets a kill onto the Graves as things going to go ahead and go golden, but it's just the side of Mercenaries as they are looking to just try and scrap their way out of this position. But Isa's so strong, he is able to rout the rest of Mercenaries squad, except for Cinnamon Bread, who's able to stay alive. Kim down, able to come back to life. Super minions in the base. TP,
Oh
threaten
my.
it.
Yeah, he's just gonna take down at least one of these turrets is going down here. I don't think you're going to be able to end the game. Realistically, Wildcard do get what they want in that they win this fight off a really nice pick. Kim down being really disrespectful, walking into the jungle that deep on his own when there wasn't vision in that area. And what that means is that you deny the soul. You buy yourself some time here. And for Wildcard, that's exactly what they need to be able to get themselves back in. Now they only have to worry about one objective, the Great Purple Worm on that top side of the map. And you can see soon, once these camps are cleared and these waves get pushed, that's where they're going to start moving. That's where their sights will be set. Top side of the map.
7K difference between teams here. Mercenaries looking to see if they'll be able to find the nail that they can instill into the coffin of Wildcard here inside of this game number 2. Make sure they'll be able to put themselves into this series at a 1-1 and see if they'll be able to close it out, as Wildcard has been ever so defiant. Chances are not going to be able to connect.
No, and I mean, this is the thing. With such a low cooldown, you can just keep throwing these out, Travesty. They can keep looking for these fights. They can keep looking for these fights all day long. And when that arrow is back up in what feels like maybe 10 seconds, they can try again, get a pick, and just turn and burn the Baron. Wildcard know this. That's why they've TP'd in. That's why they're starting to group, so that even if someone gets hit with an arrow, they have a chance at a counterattack in this fight here.
Right now, Wildcard has been able to grab themselves a nice bit of control over this Baron Pit. And some nice wards being able to be placed out. And Cinnamon Bread hasn't been able to really threaten anybody. The garage sale of items that Ziggs had wasn't able to finally get a completed second item going into that Banshee. So you see a little bit more safety getting built up, as a heaping amount of armor has been built up by this point.
Yeah, and it's worth noting here as the Baron is getting started up that these ornaments at level 15 is a big deal here from ISO. So the gold lead, although pretty vast, the ornaments are a big play. But here comes.
Oh, that was a beautiful knockup with the pillar, but it's going to be the Cataclysm coming in. They turned their attention. It is Rapid trying to get the kill onto Sayori. He is in too deep. Rename this man to Sum 41 as he's going to be punished for that. And that's going to be you can't headbutt through that either. He's going to have to make himself a good retreat. The boss has been trying to turn him any further, but a beautiful damage rate is going to be able to put the entire team back there. It's just enough to dissuade them. They find the kill, but they're immediately collapsed upon. Mercenaries are running wild. They're tearing apart HP bar after HP bar. Only Izo remains, but it's not enough to dissuade Mercenaries to go in for the kill and end this game.
And Rapid's overextension are going to be the reason Wildcard go under in this second game here. Mercenaries will respond with the game in their favor with a really strong performance from Rourke and Cinnamon Bread, and then the rest of the team just playing the rest of this game so well.
Here, as you can even see, Rapid still trying to go for Sayori. Over here, but it's going to be game number 2. Going over to Mercenary, and Wildcard never stopped fighting for it, but Mercenary, they're looking like a different team coming into game number 2.
But I mean, a lot of it you got to chalk up to the draft and how now they have more tools and that they can actually try and navigate some of these fights. Like one of the many reasons people pick Ashe right now is that ultimate. It's just, if you are good with landing those arrows, it's just ridiculous how much impact you can have in some of these fights. The amount of pick potential that it has, and we saw it come through there. And of course, a lot of credit. Rourke, Cinnamon Bread did an excellent job as that mid-jungle duo with Elise and LeBlanc running the show. And we highlighted how important that was, especially in the early game, because it wasn't a good matchup for Cinnamon Bread. With that jungle attention, they turned things around, and it looked so good from start to finish.
It looked beautiful, and just like that, Mercenaries has brought this series over to a 1-1 scoreline. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to send it over to a short break, so don't touch that browser, as when we come back, we're going to go ahead and get with our analyst desk, as this game is sure to be a banger.
It seems as though Dia still stays alive in the predictions just some way, somehow. Welcome back to the desk here, ladies and gentlemen. After what was a very convincing win previously from Wildcard, Mercenaries came back with an absolute bang, completely changing up their whole strategy. And I gotta say, I'm genuinely impressed. Like, I know we were talking about how they've been growing overall as a team. There's a reason why the two were Maryville, but we won't let Tej dig up old wounds. Instead, let's focus on the today here, Tej. Take us to the early game.
Yeah, I think going into this game, Mercenaries really had to shake something up, and I think they started that with this game with the level 1 play. As we see, if I'm going into that game, I'm not expecting Elise, Ash, and Trundle to invade me level 1, but as you can see coming out here, Wildcard Development doesn't put down a lot of early defensive division. Don't have the one topside ward from Jarvan. And as we see for the first level play, Lee Sin is able to secure the red buff. And off of that, they're just able to control basically the rest of the map. So I think this is really good adaptation coming in from Mercenaries to try and get edge coming in game 2. And I think this is really what started their snowball lead going into this game number 2. And I expect him going into game number 3 to pull out another early play like this.
Absolutely. And the consequences of that play were immediate and very much felt specifically by Ivano. The kill that went down in the mid lane with him overextending was the first part of what became a very long series of plays that Rourke was making across the map that changed everything. Sort of right around here, if you look at your mini map, you can see Ivano definitely wanting to get aggressive, and he does so, again, not respecting, without that early level 1 vision, that the Lee Sin could be in the area. He does ultimately get taken down here, and oh man, like, this is not just Ivano misplaying, but in a big way, Rourke stepping up, and he did it time and time again.
And I feel like sometimes this does happen too, especially after a confident game number 1. Teams feel as though it's like, yo, I got this, right? This ain't nothing. So it definitely can be a sort of case of almost underestimating their opponents' ability to adapt to what they're brought forward. But we've seen this a lot from Mercenaries. They're very good about being very front facing on the strategies they decide to take up against their opponents. So I'm genuinely impressed that, like you mentioned, Ivano had such a monstrous game this entire time. Like, even though, like, as we got to the later stages, he wasn't able to be, like, just super go all in hard all the time. Nonetheless, the way that he sculpted the early to going into the mid game for the team here, Dia, definitely showed impacts all throughout every play they made.
Yeah, Rourke was really, really big. And Tej, I know that you and I. Oh no, yeah, you're this way. You're this way. I'm looking at you right now, Tej. We were talking a little bit about the evolution from that early game for Rourke into the late game, because I don't feel like that was the cleanest for Mercenaries, and I definitely don't leave that game going, that was a wash. Game 1 was way more convincing for Wildcard, and I think that off that game, they could have played a lot better to keep themselves in it, and Mercenaries could have played a lot better to keep Wildcard out of it. Both teams sort of gave me this, we're not really focused up here.
Yeah, I totally agree. But like, whenever I'm looking at Mercenaries, I think this is what we were talking about then. We built them as that young scrappy, and I liked how their adaptation, where they're actually putting Semifinals on a champion like LeBlanc. They're not putting him down on an anchor champion like Malzahar. They're unlocking him with those early Lee Sin ganks like you were talking about, and they're also getting more engaged with the Camille and Ash, and actually making these plays. And even though they're not the cleanest right now, it looks like they're still able to catch out Wildcard Development with their offensive quick attacks. And I think Wildcard Development needs to really needs to look back on this game and look at, okay, how can we stabilize and create more defensive plays? And like right here, as we can see, Wildcard Development does get to edge, but as we can see, Simmenbray having the first roam timer, and with Barrett coming from a fast teleport, they're able to create this really fast play in the bot lane and respond really well to Wildcard Development's attack.
Yeah, it was really nice attempt at playmaking from Wildcard, and I like where their energy is going. You could actually see Rapid continually trying to make plays throughout that game that I did really appreciate, but something that definitely maybe caught them off guard is the fact that every single person on Mercenaries could play a game independently of everyone else. There wasn't, say, an Ornn that can't really do as much by himself on their team. There was a Camille in the top lane, there was a Lee Sin in the jungle, there was a LeBlanc in the mid lane, and even down in bot lane, we saw Saori pulling the trigger on some very aggressive arrows that ended up ruining Crazy Goose's day a lot. The fact that they had so many playmaking tools, that they were on everybody, I think allows for that scrappy play style, because once one person starts their own self-sufficient fight, everyone else can pile in.
Question is now, though, what remains to be seen from both of these sides as they decide to just pile onto one another here, Dia, considering we see what Mercenaries can do and we see what Wildcard can bring. But as of right now, it looks a little bit maybe even skewed to one side. But we'll let Travesty and Beatdown take it away to see where they stand going to game number 3.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I was ready for a question of some type, man. We've got them 2 back-to-back here, and here we go. I think the question that we have asked now is, what is game number 3 going to bring us, Beatdown, as we are going into a matchup where both of these teams now have been able to strut their stuff and show what they do best and see what they'll be able to come out with in game number 3.
And I can't wait to see how it's going to shake up. But I love that even though it's 1-1, we are going to get, no matter what people predicted, looking like we have a long series on our hands here. And that's what I'm most excited about, Travesty. So now, game 3, what are we going to see come through here? LeBlanc seems to be a pretty contested pick on both sides here, depending on what side these teams are going to be on. Is that something you want to consider taking away? Is it the combination of LeBlanc and Lee Sin? There's a lot of options going on here that I'm curious to see how these teams are going to adapt going forward here. Because now I like the draft adaptations we saw from Mercenaries going into game 2. Although I agree with Dia's point on the desk, it wasn't as clean as what we saw from Wildcard game 1. It was a simpler to execute draft, like I was saying, and it ended up working out for them really well, because once they had a lead, you have someone like the Ash who can keep starting fights for you over and over again. It's a lot easier for you to snowball.
And it's exactly that. I'm curious on what the trends may be, man, because we are seeing Mercenary back over onto blue side. I do want to also bring up Thresh has been 100% first pick. And both games, both teams have put priority on Thresh pick, and it hasn't worked out. And I want to see if that priority still remains, or if it might shift their attentions around towards more what you were talking about, this mid-jungle synergy that we've been seeing be so prevalent.
And we'll see if the bans change up at all. I don't know if priority on Thresh is going to remain the same. I don't think Thresh itself was necessarily a bad pick in context to some of these drafts. I think it's still good. You just got to make sure you don't have that hard engaging the support role. You do need to have it elsewhere, whether it's something like an Ornn in the top lane to get you some of that guaranteed engage, which they had, to be fair, or something like an Ashe again. Some more guaranteed and more consistent engage you have for yourself here. But first, I want to see what both of these teams opt to take away. I think it's going to be more of the same, because I don't think, aside from maybe preventing Cinnamon Bread from being able to have them long, that we're going to see anything from the last game taken out.
Yeah, and that becomes a curious thing as well, right? Cinnamon Bread in game number 1 didn't really get to do much on the Malzahar. Game number 2 is really setting the mood for themselves here. So we'll keep our eyes on that as that continues, as Wildcard is just flipping through some of the bans here. And be very curious. They do ban the LeBlanc themselves here. Very interesting.
Well, fair enough. Again, it's not something they're interested in picking, it seems, and the fact that Cinnamon Bread had a mammoth game in game 2, and I mean, Cinnamon Bread is a very young but very talented player, as we've seen, played on a previous team earlier on against Golden Guard Academy and took a game off of them, and everyone was praising him. Everyone was actually asking him to make a Twitter account after that game so they could follow him.
I remember this, yes.
Yeah.
It was like a legion of people who were like, yo, we want to follow
Just make a Twitter account, bro. Yeah.
Just make a Twitter. It's that easy, man. It would go to all the socials on that one. Very interesting. So we do see Mercenary is staying with the same ban formula that just said Zindao was the problem. Wildcard have a couple options. Trundle has been prevalent. Thresh has been prevalent. See what it will be, as they're currently hovering the Trundle, and that's taken off the table.
Well, it's interesting. Like, of the big 3 that we see picked on this current patch of Viego, Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, only one of them is available, and one good answer is also taken out. So you got to imagine it's the Lee Sin coming through immediately. You don't need to save it for later. Everybody knows he's the one to go for, especially because he's going to be contested considering what's left here. Maybe Wildcard are going to respond with picking up just a strong blindable mid of their own. They banned Irelia, so you can kind of feel safe picking Ryze earlier on, especially because Galio's also not on the table.
I'm also curious if they just lock in a bot lane for themselves. Like, the Ziggs didn't get to really have anything too crazy for themselves. Thresh is still open if they want it. Ashe is open. I mean, they've got a lot of options for them in the bot side, so I wonder if they do lock in this Ashe and possibly a support to go alongside with it. Maybe even a jungler. Oh, there it is, the answer.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, if you don't take it, I think Mercenaries take it immediately. So it makes sense that you grab it right away. Thresh is, I mean, fine in a blind for the most part. I don't think we're going to see Blitzcrank come through. So I think it's a good pickup overall. Mercenaries, though, I'm curious to see if they're going to pick. Wait, no, that was a joke. Are they going to?
No, they're not going to pick that.
No,
You're being
okay.
trolled.
I am. But I can
this
dream.
was a pick that was banned here. Caitlyn is locked in. It was banned away by Wildcard in the last game. So, Wildcard was ready for the Caitlyn tech to come out.
Right. Well, we'll see if they're going to be ready for it this time, because it does end up coming through, and it is the Kate Morgana. If that's locked in, that would be really good, just because Morgana naturally just absolutely dumpsters Thresh if we're talking about the support matchup here. So that's certainly an option for you to have that dominant laning phase that Caitlyn, listen to me, requires. She requires the dominant lane phase. It has to happen for her to be useful later on. So that's why you need this lane dominant matchup. That's why you have Lee Sin, who has early game agency that can help the bot lane get ahead. It's all bot lane here for Mercenary in the early game.
And Mercenaries got a good bit for themselves right now. And we got to see the Lee Sin pop off last time, man. But
We did.
Another champion that was banned away in the last game was this TF. Wildcard saying we might not have the Gallia to affect the side lanes, but we'll switch over to the TF.
Well, that's a solid pick too. That's been rising in priority a lot here in semi-pro and even the highest levels of play. Like you said, solid into, especially when you consider the matchups that are left in the mid lane. LeBlanc is gone, Galio is gone, so you don't have to worry about actually getting hard smashed in lane. And of course, like you said, if you can get that early priority, depending on what Wildcard go for in the jungle role, like you said, he's going to be able to use that Destiny to go to other lanes and try to accelerate Wildcard.
Man, they got vision for days. They got Hawkshot plus Destiny, man. Like,
True.
nothing is unseen by the side of Wildcard Developmental. Have to see if they'll be able to take advantage of those moments to be able to position themselves for success as we're going through these bans. And I'm expecting Wildcard to possibly try and get a little bit of a counter pick here, because he's not been having a great time in the top side.
Not particularly, no. So we're gonna see. I'm curious too. I think they're going to pick a jungle on 4. I'm still just curious as to what it's going to be. Realistically, you have a lot of. It could be the Diana, I suppose. You do have a lot of dive potential with that one. A lot of really good scaling into the later stages of the game. I'm just going to wait and see what they end up picking, but I think it will be the jungler on 4.
I want something that can be proactive, man. Like, I want something that's going to be able to go around and make an impact and make something happen.
Oh.
I mean, J4 could fit
He does
into
that.
that mold. I am curious there. It's locked in, so we'll see what the other answer could possibly be. There's a couple of options actually here in the top lane too, so keep our eyes peeled as we're going to see what the solo lanes for Mercenaries looks like.
Yeah, it will be interesting what they lock in. The Yone would definitely be interesting, but I'm not sure. Wow.
That is a Yasuo.
Oh, do they lock
lock-in
Yasuo with
with
Diana?
a Diana.
It's Lee Sin's solo lane. Oh, damn.
There's your curveball right
That's
there.
sneaky. That's sneaky. That's a
Yeah.
little sneaky.
That is beautiful. They've given themselves so much priority inside this mid jungle, and that has been our storyline going throughout this series. So, Wildcard, are you caught off guard? What do you got for us?
Yeah, now they know it's going to be Lee Sin top, so it's going to end up being the Aatrox being picked up for them. They didn't have that one in game 1. Izo's Mordekaiser actually was getting kind of rolled by Varric in that 1v1, but this time we're going to see how Izo does on the champion. You do have that solid front line. You do have the sustain, which will be nice playing into Lee Sin, because he's going to want to fight you and try to sustain like all the time. You're both building Gore Drinker. So in that way, you can go blow for blow, and you do want to be somewhat threatening because you think about Lee Sin, Yasuo, Diana, they're all going to be going in their like swimwear travesty. I'm talking goggles. I'm talking diving caps. Like it's the whole nine. They're trying to get in there.
It's a pool party is what you're telling me right now.
Yes, but none of these champions have pool party skins except Lee Sin, so I'm sad.
That is true. That is true. We're missing out on an opportunity there. Right, could listen to us and find out the new pool party schematic here. It's very easy for them. Caitlyn does have a pool party skin, so
That's that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah,
I
so
have
we
that
have-
skin. How did I not know?
It's one of the best skins too. I'm a little surprised.
I know, dude. I'm surprised you think that with your side account being named Sets Bathwater.
Listen,
Yeah.
I
what's up?
appreciate the free advertisement.
Is that what you call that?
Listen, you gotta, there's a hustle that has to be hustled. All right. And I'm here to make sure that I can, invest and things that people want, that, but going
Travesty,
into this
a
game-
man of the people.
I am a man of the people, a voice for the voiceless, if you will. But
God, just keep talking. Just keep talking. Whatever.
But see exactly what they'll be able to do inside this game. See what the compositions are going to be able to fold into. I do think Wildcard got a composition that's pretty stable. It's pretty standard. You know what this composition is going to do, right? Like this is not a composition that's foreign to anybody. You could show somebody who's brand new to League, they just got to learn what all the champions are, and they'd be like, oh yes, I understand. This comp is straightforward. Cataclysm, Ash Arrow, and Aatrox tear them apart.
Exactly. And the thing is, this is kind of different from what we saw in Mercenaries issue in their draft game 1. When you have like Thresh, when you have Aatrox, no consistent engage in support and top. You need it elsewhere. Well, you have J4, very consistent in the CC department. The EQ, the Cataclysm, like you were talking about, is an option. And of course, that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So this makes more sense from what we saw in game 1 for Mercenaries, and this one is for Wildcard. So they have their options. They have that early game agency that you were asking for, Travesty. So I think it looks pretty good on their end. I'm just really interested to see how things go on the other end, because Yasuo in the TF is not fun if you're a Twisted Fate. So you gotta imagine that like come level 6, it is a scrap. It is going down immediately for this Yasuo Diana. And even the smallest bit of a lead is going to mean that Mercenaries will probably just obliterate game 3.
I'll have to see if they'll be able to make this work. I'm keeping my eyes on you. See what Rapid will be able to do, as this could be a volatile combo here, right? Like if Diana and Yasuo start falling behind, it could be a scary situation for yourself to be in. So we'll have to see as the answer will come inside of this game. We're going into game number 3 here inside this best of 5, as both teams are looking to try and punch their way into the finals, where Maryville is already there waiting for their opponent, as we are seeing just a standard line of scrimmage between the two.
And both of these teams looking to try and get the leg up, put themselves at match point for that very same ticket you're talking about, Travesty. And on the one side, Wildcard, the team who's been borderline flawless all season long here at Summer UPL, and Mercenaries, who just squeaked their way into the playoffs and managed to actually find a resurgence and really start to perform to their potential.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go ahead and real quick, I'm gonna change that real quick. We didn't have
Do
a
it.
squeak. You know what? We've been using some anime gifs and whatnot. This is that character ripping open the gates to success for
Ooh,
themselves. here. And
okay.
That's what
I like
Mercenaries have been. Remember, this is a squad that 2-0'd Maryville inside of their group.
That's right.
Like this is something that Maryville might be looking at interested. This could be the revenge tour. This could be the salty run back. There's so many tools that could possibly be here. But talking about tools that come in, you're already seeing some aggression in the bot side. The level 2 gank they're just trying to press, and that win lane strat seems a lot harder now.
Yeah, and that's really good identification from Wildcard. They go for that invade, they go for that split map so that you can make it harder to run the bottom lane, force Saori and Kim down. This is exactly what you need to be doing. This Caitlyn Morgana can't be allowed to run the show like they want to, like they tell you they want to when they draft these two champions. So I imagine we'll probably see Rapid maybe make another visit. You get a kill onto Crazy Goose in this matchup, dude. I dare say it's doomed.
He dared to say doom coming your way as Kim Down, not trying to change the name to Kim Doom at this current moment in time, is not able to hit level 2 yet. This is actually so rough for them, man. They are completely zoned off this wave.
This is the opposite of how it usually goes. You had that pressure because of the range of that Dark Binding, but because you lost so much of your HP and had to blow the pots, now you have to wait until you can get level 2. And then you have the fact that Rapid is probably in the area on your mind as well, because look at him. He's taking the Krugs. He's level 3, double buff's good to go, and we could see a dive just come through here as this wave of stacking is being pushed.
Interesting thing to take note of, too. They did get vision of Rourke when he went over to the top side, but they didn't have actually vision of him doing chicken, so they actually denied quite a bit of information. But here we go, level 2 on Siori. They've got a TP coming in. It's going to be the callback coming in. That's a flag and drag to be able to get first blood going on over to the side of Wildcard. Cinnamon Bread has that wind wall, is going to be able to impact them slightly, but it's not going to be enough to change around the impact as Wildcard get first blood in the bot lane.
Not only that, 2 teleports blown from the side of Mercenaries, and they couldn't stop it from happening. And Barrick had his TP canceled from the top side, so he didn't actually even get to join in on the fight. But Rourke is top side. Izo is pushed just a little too far up.
Oh, Azo, you're going to get jumped onto. Damage coming through. They're looking to continue forward. Barrett finds himself the kill in the top side.
Okay, that is really important because canceling the TP and getting no value for it is so bad for Barrick because Izo has that cross-map threat now. Or rather, he had it because now he has to TP back to lane as well. So this is a good way to recover from that deficit for Mercenary. But because of how smart Wildcard have been playing so far in this early game, things aren't snowballing as hard as Mercenaries want and honestly need. So with that bot lane not snowballing, just going even at the moment here, Wildcard have everything they want.
Right now, it is 1-1 at this current moment in time, but the minion wave in this bot lane is just so not in favor, man. Look at Caitlyn coming in the lane with 3 long swords here, and he's even looking to just try and assist at this current moment in time as Ivano was getting some vision in that bottom side jungle. They're trying to track him down.
It's really important, honestly, because the main way you get back into this game if you're Mercenaries is probably through Rourke and Cinnamon Bread, much like in Game 2. So, much like in Game 2. So, if you know where Rourke is, if you can avoid the ganks, make sure he doesn't catch up.
Oh, that was beautiful. The Black Shield came out a little bit too late, and that's going to be all she wrote for Sahori as he gets taken down. An aptly timed flag and drag will be all she wrote.
And this is what I mean. They're going to shove this wave. Sorry, luckily the spawn timers are short, and he'll be able to walk back, but he is going to lose out on some of this, and he's down 20 CS already. Again, in this matchup that you really want to be winning. So bot lane,
he just got back to
probably
lane
kind
too.
of
like
exactly. Bot lane's kind of over as a win condition. I'm not going to lie to you, Travesty, but you still have Barrick, who's 1-0 up on Izo right now. You have Rourke and Cinnamon Bread, the mid-jungle combo at the moment here, who can still come through for Mercenaries.
That's going to be Dragon secured. Wildcard doing a great job of themselves, targeting what could have been a strength for the side of Mercenaries and quickly changing it into a kink in the armor. Have to see if they continue to press the attack in this exposed area or if this is going to be a different story for them. As it's still in an interesting spot versus this Lee Sin, man. I feel like Barrick has had his number inside of the matchups here in the series, and Barrick on this Lee Sin has that 1 kill advantage, has a CS lead. Could be another player to watch for the side of Mercenaries.
Yeah, he does have the executioners as well, so some of that healing will be reduced for Izo.
Oh, again, Rapid?
Oh, but
they call him out.
Yeah, I mean, luckily you can EQ as Jarvan while rooted. So he does manage to get over the wall, but it's good now. At least they're starting to kind of anticipate and nullify some of these attempts from Rapid. Because realistically, like if he just kept getting away with it, I mean, that's just not great. So now we have Rourke here in this bottom lane. He's looking to make something happen, and Cinnamon Bread as well, who is on the way here. But Rourke, he's not level 6.
Yeah, this is the troublesome spot. You need to get 6 onto Diana. Get that moonfall so you can drop some bodies. And it's going to be Wildcard just going back to the laning phase, getting some farm, as that spike isn't just there just yet.
No, not quite. But and honestly, because of this early play, usually, you know, as Diana, you'd be hitting level 6 at the moment here. So the fact that you don't, the fact that you haven't, and Cinnamon Bread is already level 7, kind of already delays the spike that we were kind of hoping to get. I need to know what you're laughing at. What happened?
I'm just laughing at the fact that this TF has used his ward in the same place all game. Like, he is making sure the chickens are in pure vision. He's just like, no, Rourke, every time you go to them chickens, I know about it, all right?
Hey, it's important. Rourke, if he comes through and ganks, all it's going to take is one good play, and it's kind of over. So Vano, he needs to be able to have this knowledge of the camp respawn, knowledge of where Rourke is. And now, Diana's level 6. We have that Moonfall Last Breath combination. Rourke is in trouble. Uh-oh.
Destiny used. They catch him out on the side, and this is exactly what you wanted to see from the side of Wildcard with this composition. Beautiful synergy between them.
And there was just no way for Cinnamon Bread to help. No teleport necessary. That Destiny from Ivano, so impactful. And it's going to cost some camps from Rourke, who is already falling behind in some ways here in this matchup. And man, Wildcard are just playing the map so well here this game. They're not letting Mercenaries get any of the advantages that they want. Now they're just going to walk up, take this Rift Herald. Kim, you can't be here.
Yeah, had some Black Shield, so won't be able to get CC'd. Nothing hit anyway, so works out anyways. The secret to not getting CC'd. But
just dodge.
Yeah, just dodge. Don't get hit. It's a secret strategy. Don't tell anybody about it.
Don't tell pro guys. They'll go out of business.
They might just. But now you're seeing Mercenaries. They're looking to go ahead and press their advantage over here onto the Herald after seeing everybody reset. But look at Wildcard, man.
Yeah, Wildcard don't have that first move that I expected, especially with the control they had on that side of the map. But now they want to go and potentially try and steal it.
Rapid getting the steal, grabs Herald and makes it out like a smooth criminal.
And they don't even commit the last breath with the Moonfall, so the option wasn't even there. Cinnamon Bread, though, he is in some trouble. Draws the last breath. He could go for something here, but realistically, this is just an unfortunate scenario to be in. Let's just... Travesty, I hope you're sitting down.
Right now I am, yes.
Okay, look at Sori CS.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He's down 30 CS. That's Caitlyn.
The secret tech, it's not working.
it's really not. And the fallback in the Diana Yasuo doesn't seem to be working either. It's a wild card. They are in firm control so far. They're going to be able to set up for this next dragon. You can see the pink wards are all out in effect. They control the river. They control it all. Oh.
Just solo killed his Aatrox up in the top lane. You can see Cinnamon Bread was there. He TP'd for the play, but Barry just did that in cold blood.
Yeah, he sure did. So he might as well let Cinnamon Bread stay for the wave. You have Barrick move, and he's just going to TP mid. So Izo will have TP on spawn. So either he goes top to try and catch the next wave, or maybe Wildcard just commit him to... Never mind, he's TPing top. But still, Dragon on the menu for Wildcard. Being able to stack them is great for you.
Yeah, go ahead and grab it. Get the Infernal for yourself if that's what you decide to go for. But right now, it's a little bit delayed. They're not jumping onto it immediately. They're getting onto it now. Mercenary, they're staying around in the area, but it doesn't look like the call is to contest this. And they just want to bide their time for the moment that they deem to be right.
But because you're already behind, and it is the Ocean Soul, this next dragon, you put yourself in a position where for Mercenaries, this next dragon is of the utmost importance, Travesty. You let Wildcard get the soul point. Well, we've seen the situation before ever since they introduced the Dragon Soul mechanic. When that third dragon comes up, and you have to either the fourth dragon comes up, you either let them get their soul or let them get the Baron. It's a tough call to make, and frankly, not one I'd have to make. So I hope Mercenary get the third dragon.
Mercenaries gonna have to try and find a moment for themselves. I do respect the idea though, right? Like your Yasuo doesn't have a completed item, the Diana doesn't have a completed item. They are honing their blade, sharpening in it. And look at this, they are looking to unsheath it onto Ivana, but unfortunately Ivana just a little bit too close to the tower to be able to capitalize any further. Herald summoned into the bot lane, and the siege is here, and this tower belongs to Wildcard Developmental in the bot lane.
Well, it's just so much bonus gold into their pockets, and they're starting to pull away at this point. And just to talk about what happened mid lane, Cinnamon Bread and Rourke, they committed the combo travesty. They put it all on the line, that last breath moonfall. It didn't kill Ivano. Yeah, there was the exhaust, but still, for him to be able to get away from that, it just feels bad, man. What do you have left if you're Mercenaries?
I mean, plenty of game time to turn it around right now.
We'll see about plenty.
Yeah, well, listen, a minute can be considered plenty by some.
Okay,
Siori, that is not enough time here. He's locked down for an entire minute here. He has no place to go. He's putting down cupcakes. He's trying to start a bakery, but Cleve ain't having none of it as he will go ahead and get the kill.
Yeah, a little BM. Like, he wasn't going to go anywhere. Gonna let your jungler get it.
Also, I want to point out real quick, this is the lethality case.
Oh yeah, we are seeing the... So that does explain the Dark Harvest Keystone. So this is the ARAM build, which is interesting. What it does do is, although I don't think you do as much DPS, damage on your abilities is absolutely filthy. Have you ever been hit by a Caitlyn ulti at Ace in the Hole when she's full lethality?
Yeah, I've done it to people.
It's always you.
When they first introduced lethality items, everybody else was playing like Varus, Jhin, and I'm like, yo, wait, the lethality Caitlyn sounds great. And I would just run the mid lane as lethality Caitlyn, ult, and do 2k damage. Just it's like, this is free.
You know what? I thought it was puns. I thought puns were how you were going to get to me today, Travis. But no, it was degenerate gameplay.
Listen, if there's anything that I can hallmark for myself, it is degenerate gameplay.
Fair enough.
It is just my brand. Being a degenerate is who I am, and Mercenaries are going to look like they're going to have to get down and dirty if they're going to be able to claw their way back in. It's only a 2k difference right now, but Wildcard has been in complete control of how you move around the map.
Right, and I mean, realistically, this gold is important, but it's also just the fact that, like, you look at what Mercenaries have as their draft. Like, Sori is down 40 CS. Again, is playing that Caitlyn, is going to be, especially in this lethality role, it is definitely different compared to how the normal situation will probably play out. At least once you get an item or two, the ult damage and the ability damage will still be very large, but I don't see how well that will play in some of these team fights when I think DPS is what you need.
I will be with you on that one because it's Summoner's Rift. They did nerf lethality Caitlyn pretty hard when the lethality items came through, and then and everybody stopped doing it. And here recently, we've actually seen a little bit of a resurgence. We've seen a couple more people starting to say, wait a second, let's bring Caitlyn back with lethality and kind of make that work. So it has been rising in popularity again, but it's nowhere near as effective as what it once was in terms of the ability damage that you need to get to see. You used to be able to nuke somebody by hitting the R key. It was like you hit the outplay button as Syndra. It was very liberating as an AD carry, but they took that away. So it's curious to see how that continues forward, or if she will stay with this build, because she does have the ability to opt into maybe going to the standard crit build.
Well, Duskblade tells me that's probably not going to happen. So overall, just Mercenaries, they put it all together. They put it all on the line for burst damage. You got the Diana Yasuo. You got the lethality Caitlyn. Here it comes.
Oh, beautiful flash do come out, but it's going to be the Aatrox lane in the beautiful moonfall coming in, putting his hard stuff. It just brought them all in. That's 3 kills going over to Wildcard Developmental as they just take complete control of this mid lane.
Oh, and it just feels so terrible. You have the Diana Yasuo, and you just can't get the kills through. It just doesn't happen. You're just too far behind. And that means Wildcard just absolutely dominate Mercenaries in this fight, and very likely to be all the other ones. They locked themselves at Soul Point on this Ocean Dragon with this third Ocean Drake. Man, like, this is so hard now, because now in the next couple of minutes you have Baron, but unless that's taken down in a short amount of time, that deadly choice has to be made.
Using the TP, some action being shown. Cinnamon using the wind wall a little bit proactive. Not going to be able to connect to the snare, but that's going to be Soul Shackles. Going to connect onto Crazy Goose. Siori finds himself his first kill, and it's going to be Barrack in hot pursuit of Cleave as they're looking for the tornado. Not going to be able to connect with Such. He is still going to continue going in for this Thresh, trying to lay out a little bit more damage. An ace in the hole is not enough, and it's going to be the Slayer hit, and that Cinnamon Bread going in to get the kill that they long chased down.
Man, they needed something, Travesty, and I think if even that kill doesn't work out, you just tilt off the side of the earth. So Mercenaries, they do manage to find something, but we're in the same scenarios before, Travesty. At what cost? You have Izo splitting on the bottom map. He's going to get that set tier 2 turret. And because of those gold changes, look at that. 2 kills worth of gold just like that on this Aatrox.
Make sure, hey, get away from my lane. I'm back here into the side lanes. You gotta watch out. But that's actually the terrifying thing. I think Barrack has to join with the team. Wildcard getting caught into some very feisty situations now. That could have been bad, but they decided not to pull the trigger. Rapid is going to be able to grab red buff.
At this point, if you're Rourke, you're just trying to power farm. Catch up as much as you can. Try and hit that second item so that you can hopefully, which is probably a Zhonya's, so you can get in there, use that Moonfall, and hopefully survive to get a little bit more of the rest of your kit off here in some of these fights. But it's hard. When you think about how you don't even get to choose how a lot of these fights starts if you're Mercenary. It's always the stray, lone, enchanted crystal arrow that's catching somebody out. That is how fights have been starting all series long, and whoever has Ashe seems to be able to dictate the pace.
Yeah. Between the hot shot and the crystal arrow, man, it's been putting in the work. Cinnamon Bread needs to be careful, as it looks like there is another man with a slightly larger sword looking to put in some work onto them, as they're going to be able to lay out a good amount of damage here. Rapid is here to join into the fight if there's going to be one. It's not going to be any last breath coming through there. World Ender has been popped, but Cinnamon Bread is going to find himself taken care of, as that is a kill going over to the side of Wildcard.
That's right, and Mercenaries, they aren't able to... Oh, see what I mean?
He's stunned. Leave Maloney. He's already... He's still stunned.
Just take your hands off the keyboard. There's no point playing.
There's
like
no
when you
point
get
in
hit by...
having your hands on the keyboard there.
Yeah. Like, you just... Once you get hit from an arrow to cross town, just don't bother. It's over. Now, because you kill the mid, you kill the ADC, and look what's on the table. The Baron. And if they're able to successfully take this one, Travesty, it just means that 4th Dragon is all to fight for in 2 minutes' time.
Cinnamon Bread does not have TP either. He just spawned, but it's going to take him a while to be able to get here. You see the snares. They're trying to poke away. Leeson is around the back. Barrack could look for a possible angle. Destin its connect, but it's not going to be any catches they'll be able to find on Jabor. They were able to fill him off. They bought a lot of time. Burks over here onto the side. They're looking to try and turn it around. It's trying to split the fight, but it's not going to be anything they're going to be able to take advantage of. That's 2 kills and a Baron successfully going over to Wildcard.
And eyes on the rest of Wildcard firmly are in control here, Travesty. They get the Baron, they increase their lead further, and they are putting the finishing touches on game 3 here. They're already up 7K. It's only going to grow, and you have all these these team fighting options that only get better with time, where we are already starting to see the how do I say this? We're already starting to see the limits of lethality. Caitlyn on Summoner's Rift. This Yasuo Diana really just isn't working out here in this scenario. And Barrack's trying. I'll tell you that.
Look, I will say one thing. We can't say that lethality Caitlyn is not working. It's just the Caitlyn pick is not working into what Wildcard has had in store for them. I mean, you can even see, and look at how this fight even turns out here. It's just them scrapping. They try to split interest here, but just keep an eye on how they, like, even look at Barrack here in the side, just trying to figure out a way in.
Yeah, and you want the split. Actually, we're going to go back to live because it looks like there's yet another threat here. The Baron push is coming through mid and top, Travesty, and Wildcard, they could finish things right here.
Look at this, though. They do have a flank coming over. They're looking for a big play. That's going to be a lot of damage to be able to go on through. Crazy Goose is getting jumped on into the backside by Baron, but Opal on the opposite side. Remember, trying to see what he'll be able to do, but the World Ender has been popped. Either looking to take names. He's going on to a rampage, and he is letting loose. 3 kills going over to Wildcard. A Cataclysm. It's only the Caitlyn standing, but it's not going to be enough, as this is going to be an inhibitor that's sure to be in the game.
Oh, Travesty Wildcard get the ace, and they're going to get the finish at 23 minutes. They're going to put themselves at sole point here with an exceptional gameplay.
I mean, and they followed through with it with precision. They made everything play out the way they wanted it to be. The Wildcard able to find themselves at match point now after what was a fantastic game number 3 from them.
And it seems like Mercenaries just did not have an answer at any single point. You think about how you have this game plan that's so telegraphed in the draft that you have there with that Caitlyn Morgana. And if things work out, big if, then it's fine. You do end up getting that powerhouse that you need in that Caitlyn when she is ahead, when she gets that big 2-item spike before anybody else. But the problem is they know that. Wildcard understand this, and they have rapid move and play that split map because they have the stronger level 1, and they intelligently just make it so Caitlyn doesn't ever get off the ground.
And not only that, man, I mean, the core of their composition, we talked about it. We popped off when it got locked in the draft.
Yeah.
Yasuo Diana, it's phenomenal, right? It works out great, but it's volatile. And we got to see that there. If it's not able to get off the ground, you're not getting any last breaths that are going to be meaningful. The only thing that's going to be able to breathe its last is going to be yourself in that situation. You're going to find yourself getting taken out. And we got to see that time and time again when they built around a volatile comp. I'm curious to see what Mercenaries' answer is going to be going into game number 4 here, because they're at do or die now.
They are. We're going to have to see something change up crucially here for the side of Mercenaries. Otherwise, like you're saying, they will soon breathe their last breath in the semifinals.
We'll have to see what the result of that will be. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and send it over to a break. When we come back, our desk is going to get everything together and see what exactly Mercenaries are going to be able to do to bring us to a game number 5, or if it's going to be Wildcard bringing us on in with game number 4 to their name. Take it away.
And it really all is coming down to one simple factor, which I will introduce later on, but I think it would be unfair for me to give away all the secrets before my wonderful analysts do break that down. Welcome back to this, ladies and gentlemen. Ravager here yet again by Dia and MUT. Yo, I don't know about this one here, because, like, what we saw in these past two games was very, very different from what we just saw in this one. It was a lot slower. It was cleaner from both sides. Sick composition for Mercenaries, but it never really took off, though. But there was one main factor here, Tej, that made a lot of that difference for the jungle here for Wildcard.
Yeah, I think Wildcard Black, I think coming in from the jungle, they did a really good job of recognizing Wildcard Developmental, did a really good job of recognizing how their Caitlyn and Morgana, this is what needs to be played through, and a good job of creating the split map scenario. And whenever I have a Jarvan, what I think about is I want my Jarvan to be ganking repeatedly over and over. And could this first play coming out from Wildcard Developmental, having their TF teleport in to get a dive off of this stacked wave, is a really good first play coming in from Rapid. And then right after this, we see this again where he punches after clearing his bottom side, he comes straight right into the bottom lane again and does a repeat gank. And this just shows that Wildcard Developmental recognized that, hey, this lethality Caitlyn, it needs a lot of gold. It needs the resources. It needs gold. And if it gets shut down early, it basically is going to have no effect on the game for the rest of rest.
It's all about what Story needs, but I think what Story wants is really just to be able to play the game, because after that, man, he has got to be exhausted. I felt so bad watching that be done to Mercenaries, but at the same time, I can't help but be impressed with what I felt was an odd comp from Wildcard being pushed into working. If they hadn't identified that Caitlyn needed to be shut down, if they hadn't been able to take things off early game, I had serious concerns about how this composition was going to work later, because they have a lot of tools, but at the same time, their team fighting doesn't look that strong.
Yeah, and I think that really comes off of Mercenaries having this Diana Yasuo combo. It looks really threatening on paper, but they just weren't able to create a lot of early leads with it because both Diana and Yasuo, they need to hit level 6 before they're able to have really big impact on the map. And we see that this early invade coming in from Wildcard Developmental does a really good job of shutting down Diana, which allows them to create even a bigger lead on the map and allows them to shut down this strong skirmish that we won't be seeing from Mercenaries.
And the first time that we saw that Yasuo Diana combination come together as well in a really tangible way was around a team fight. And of course, you think about that and you're like, oh, it's my dream to be able to pull off a 4 or 5 man ultimate as Yasuo Diana. But because it was shut down so well early game, it felt like a sneeze. I think this might actually be the clip of it happening. The really only person with any oomph here was Barrick, and Barrick is Lee Sin. It's not what the comp is about.
Yeah, going into next game, I really want Mercenaries to go back to the combo like Zenzao, LeBlanc, where they're able to create a more impactful effect on the game early. I want them to have this really strong mid 2v2, and I want them to be able to make a really big lead on the map like they did in game 2.
Question. I felt almost like the 2v2 in mid theoretically was strong, but it was a little bit late. Are you saying that you want to see them spike a little bit earlier? Because Yasuo Diana is sort of your trademark, we're gonna win this fight.
Yeah,
Hold on here, Dia. I asked the questions here. Tej,
Sorry.
Tej, what do you think about that 2v2 in the mid lane? Do you think that they should have spiked earlier?
I think that's exactly what we're getting on to the point of, basically.
Yeah.
Because what I need to see from Mercenaries, I need them to have a strong point to play through, and it seems like they weren't really committed to this Caitlyn Morgana.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if they're not going to be able to commit to their bot lane, then we need to be more commitful through their mid laner, which it seems like they're able to do more successfully and more better than playing through their bot lane with the Caitlyn Morgana. So I want them to lean into their strengths more.
Thank you for answering my question here, Tej. I genuinely
You're welcome,
appreciate it.
Ravish.
Yeah. I have now stopped acknowledging this person that's right beside me. We're done here. Now going forward. Now moving forward into the rest of the game, though, right? I genuinely think the secret sauce for both of these teams, it just comes down to red side diff. That's what it's been these past 3 games, and that's what I think it'll be in game number 4 as well. So what I'm seeing here is that we could potentially see a game 5 unless Wildcard decide to break the mold, but unless there's Smash Mouth, it'll have to be seen as to, whether or not all that glitters might not just be gold. But we'll pass it off to Travesty and Beatdown. What do you guys think is Idra side diff?
It might just be a side diff. We're going to have to see if that's going to be the case here, though. Me and Beatdown, we got an exciting game here. Backs against the wall from Mercenaries now. They have to figure out a way to come into this game number 4, or else Wildcard, they're going to punch their ticket in.
That's right. And I agree with Tej and what he was saying just now on the desk. I want to see Mercenaries, if they want to come back, take us to that 5th game. Go the distance. You got to strap yourself that strong mid-jungle duo. LeBlanc Lee Sin, LeBlanc Zenzao, something like that. And if LeBlanc is on the board, get it for Cinnamon Bread, because he needs those. You give him those champions where he can have that impact for the rest of the team, because he's already shown us that he's capable of it. Just give him the champions, whether it's LeBlanc, maybe it's Syndra, whoever it is.
I'm going to say right now, we're going to see some Ashe priority again inside
I mean,
the
yeah,
series.
we will.
It's 100% win rate right now. I feel like we're seeing exactly what it is, and I feel like neither team actually has answers to what Ashe provides for a team, because Ashe slots into exactly what both of these teams need to work with whatever their plan is on how they will win the game.
Right. So unless it's banned away, it's going to be this. It's going to be the basically going to be one of the most important picks, like it was said here, like it was said on the desk. I'm curious to see if it's going to get to the point where, because we've been kind of saying how it's red side diff, she's always been picked on red side. Will Wildcard just say screw it and pick Ashe B1?
Hey man, listen, it's I feel like it has to be at this point, man.
Dude, she's the champ. She's in this series. She is that champ.
I mean, really and truly, they are all about Ash right now, and there's nothing else that can be said about it. And really and truly, like, we can see everything that's going on inside this game. I saw that eyebrow raise. I saw that, but I want to see exactly some of the other answers that could possibly come out. I feel like it's really weird inside of this series inside in terms of draft, right? Because we've seen some things work out really well. I think the Lee Sin has been a good look from the side of Mercenaries, but it feels like it's weird in the fact that there's no responses that have been really worthwhile in comparison to what the Ash has brought to the table.
Yeah, of course there are a lot of other factors here. This was just kind of me theorizing, just when you see metas develop within best of 5 series. So it is possible wildcard go this really. We've seen it in pro play where they'll just be one a champion that usually doesn't receive a whole lot of, love, priority, whatever the case may be. But realistically, I still meant what I said about Mercenaries and how I think they just need a strong mid jungle duo, as that's been kind of the way you play lately these last couple of patches. So let's see it. Xin Zhao is taking off the board, but so far Diego, Lee Sin still up, Trundle still up, and of course things like LeBlanc, Syndra, those really strong high agency mid laners are available.
I feel like that's what I'm missing, man. I want to see some of these mid laners kind of diversify, get into this point, because right now Wildcard has shown now that they have that TF that's sitting in the back pocket, that they're able to play very proactively. They're very coordinated when he's able to play into these side lanes. But over on the side of Merge, I want to see them be able to find something that gives them some sort of control here. The Trundle taken off the table, I feel like that's permanently banned away from Mercenary throughout this series now, as they've shown they flex it to 2 different roles now. So
yeah,
I'm curious, man. First pick. I feel like if you're Mercenaries, you might actually have to ban away Ash here, or Wildcard just might just first pick it.
It's possible. We'll see what they actually consider as we get closer to the end of this ban phase. But like you were saying, yeah, the Trundle, so good in both roles, especially on red side. You just got to get rid of it. So we're running out of jungle options once again. And I feel like if it's not going to be Ash, it is going to be the Lee Sin that becomes that high priority here for both of these teams. Or maybe Wildcard stick to the J4, because Rapid, I think, all things considered, has been having a pretty good time. And there's the LeBlanc ban.
Yeah. He's toned down the going in super hard phase that he's gone through. If they do ban the TF, I do like that, just because it is a relatively safe mid laner. I think you want someone that you can explode and take over the tempo. It's hard to do that with TF. He's always shoving in the waves.
Yeah, and being able to go to other lanes with the Destiny. Okay, so it is going to be the Ashgate. They couldn't risk it.
Galio.
And because Galio, I was going to say, wasn't banned, they can just grab that one right away.
Yep, no, it's immediate lock in. They are so happy to be able to grab that for themselves. And now the question is, Mercenary, you kind of have it telegraphed. This is known. This is what they want to do. You had to know that this play was sitting in Wildcard Developmental's book. And with a Galio, there's all sorts of different add-ons that you can get. And Mercenary is already looking to take a couple pieces.
Oh, so they're going to lock in the J4 themselves this time around here. And I'm curious to see what they're going to pair it with. J4 is not really like on the list for me when I think of the jungle part of strong mid jungle duos. But if you get a really strong pick in that mid lane and all you need really is the gank assist and the CC, it could still work out pretty well here.
Yeah.
But we talked about it. When you play J4, early aggression, early agency playmaking, that is a really important thing here, and something Mercenaries have to consider.
Yeah, Mercenaries have to consider, but then the question is, or what are they considering from this? They took it away from the side of Wildcard Developmental. They didn't want J4's Galio combo to come back to bite them. So I'm curious on what Wildcard will grab. If we will see something like a Camille or something else to kind of, you need a hero delivery system, right?
Yeah, so there's still a lot of options. It's still a little early, so we'll see. The Xayah Rakan makes a lot of sense, because if the Rakan is locked in, but the Xayah, you already know a lot of people are looking for this AD carry. J4 Thresh, that's all you need to know. So having that Featherstorm, that self-peel, I think is going to be really important here, and it's nice to have as an AD carry. So the Xayah lock-in makes sense. The Rakan, of course, the Lovers Duo could come through, and it could work out well, especially with how strong Rakan is at the moment.
Ooh.
But it's Echo.
That is an Echo that we got here.
and it's Vano's signature champion. So that's definitely an interesting one. It could be flexed, but like as we were saying, is Vano one of his best champions? So it could be him piloting it into the mid lane. And what it kind of does is because things like LeBlanc are taken out, the Echo plays pretty well into the traditional control mages. You think Syndra, you think Ori and Rise and stuff like that because of his ability to dive and go back with that chrono shift post 6.
Check this out, though. They're taking another piece away from the puzzle of a Galio heroic
That's
entrance
true.
combo, right? Camille now taken off the table, and now we're going into our second ban phase. So Mercenaries, they've spent a lot of attention taking away pieces. We know that the Camille can be played effectively on their side. The question is, of course, the J4 and how that will be piloted. I want to know exactly what the game plan is actually coming in from Wildcard, because if this is an Echo in the mid lane, there's actually quite a few matchups that we saw people play in professional where they chose Echo into the mid lane. Like Syndra, I believe, was like a thing for Jensen at one point in time where he liked to play Echo into it. But I'm curious on what the matchup's going to look like.
Well, it honestly, it just depends on what's being picked. Overall, Wildcard, like when you have things like the Echo, who want to dive, Galio, who can follow up, that seems to give us an idea of what their game plan is as a whole. And that's why you're seeing them ban away things like Ziggs to be able to, so that they can have an easier time accessing them, because Ziggs, his ability with his satchel, with his incredibly long range poke, it's why they just say, no. We just don't want to have to deal with that one. So it makes sense to take those things away from Mercenaries. And I mean, you ban the Renekton because it's good into Camille. You want a good laning phase for your top laner. It makes sense. Give Barrack as much as he can get.
Yeah, and right now it seems like they're noticing that Mercenary is picking up like components that work really well with the J4 combo right now. So they're immediately taking those off the table. Another Silas ban here, very interestingly enough. Not wanting that to come through. I'm curious to see what Mercenary pick for themselves now.
I mean, I think that would have been fine in the context of this specific matchup, but I wonder as well, do you just bite the bullet and go for the control mage matchup here? Actually, if the Varus is locked in, they're just going to keep that one a secret until the very end. They've already taken away things that really harm the Camille because it was already picked. You can just comfortably pick AD carry. You have a strong laning phase with the Varus. You should be able to get priority. And now we're going to see what Wildcard lock in.
Yeah, Volibear is currently being hovered here. This would dictate this could be a Volibear jungle. It could be Volibear top. I'm not sure if that's something that they want to end up going for here. See exactly what the answer may be, though, as Wildcard have one more pick, and a Leona could possibly be. It's just getting hovered right now, though, so I'll believe it when it's locked in.
Yeah, I mean, it would be the icing on the cake, on the dive cake here. But I think if it is locked in, okay, so it's going to be the Yone. So I think it is my guess is going to be that it is Volibear in the top lane, and you have Echo, Yone, mid jungle.
I'm going to
go
Yone
support.
top. I'm on Yone top.
It could be Yone top. I actually buy that as well. So there's a couple of options here, and maybe they're thinking on the side of Mercenaries that it's going to go to Echo jungle because of that last pick Yone, and that's why you end up picking something like the Rise. Yeah. It's going to scale. It's going to do a lot of damage later into these team fights, but can he get out of the laning phase?
That will be the question that we're all going to be looking for the answer of. I do like it, though, because it does give them some reliable damage with all of the team fighting tools they have. I think Mercenary has gone to a much more simpler composition here, while on the side of Wildcard, they've gone to a lot of comfort. Is definitely the name of the game here. I feel like this is definitely a lot of them picking champions that they are very comfortable with. Like the Galio that had previously been banned throughout the series, the Echo, seeing the Xayah that was banned in game number 1. There's a lot of comfort going across the table.
Yeah, there certainly is, and it is an interesting draft for that reason. Things you don't see very often, which I think like it's going to be that Galio support. They're being paired with the Xayah. It's a pairing we saw previously, but Galio support, unless you're playing it into something like Leona, is not the greatest of matchups, but at least you still have that Hero's Entrance combination. Because if you think about dive, Travesty, this whole team dives even more than what we saw in last game. Like, look at this. You have Echo, you have Bully, who can turn off turrets, Yone, who can be in his soul unbound
Who
for
could be
what
annoying.
feels like forever.
That's the word you need.
No, there's a stronger word than annoying, but I'm not allowed to say it.
Not on broadcast. I got you. Yone is the thing of my nightmares, honestly. But it's
Everyone's nightmares.
one direction is known, and that's forward for this team. But it's also a very interesting dynamic to think about too, because with the Yone Echo, they have tools in their disposal to, go in, assess things. If the dive isn't successful, they can go back. Like, they don't have to hard commit to the dives, which makes them even more annoying for the side of Mercenary to have to deal with.
Yeah, that element of non-committal is definitely an interesting point. And it's helpful too, because when you have so much dive, you can, in some cases, have your Galio be that kind of peel for the Xayah who wants to hang back and who's going to be under threat. Because you think about J4 with the EQ, if you can bypass the front line, you can jump right onto the Xayah. Same thing with the Camille. Backline access is her middle name. So being able to peel for Crazy Goose in some of these team fights when most of your front line is diving in, I think will matter a lot too.
And this Volibear is in an interesting spot right now. He's going to get caught out of spot here. He's going to have to flash if he is not going to want to find himself getting jumped onto. Hail of arrows coming in. No, nobody's going to try and launch any other CC. No death sentence or anything like that to be thrown at him. So going to be just fine with that, as Rapid going to defend off, and just a little bit of cheeky damage laid out onto the Volibear.
Yeah, he'll be able to reset, come back in time. But what matters is you get that ward. So now you're going to have an idea where Rapid is starting because of the deep ward. That early information that's been so pivotal between both of these junglers is being focused on once again here in this series. So you've got to be careful if you are the laners of Mercenary. If you get caught out, especially when you think about the gank assist that these lanes have, if Rapid goes mid or top or wherever, he has options to be able to land that parallel convergence successfully, and that could easily result in a death.
Also, I do want to bring up the fact that we do get to see the final lane assignment here, and we do see Rapid as the person piloting the Echo, which we've seen a lot more Echo jungle here. So seeing that is going to be great to see, as also we do see on to this Volibear into the Camille matchup in the top side of the map. So going to keep our eyes peeled, because that was a little bit of a shakeup that Wildcard was able to pull off by locking in so much comfort for themselves.
Yeah, it is interesting. Personally, from what I've seen, I like Volibear into Camille as well. So this matchup is pretty solid. Having the Ignite, though, definitely helps the Camille a little bit more, because what's so good with Volibear is his W sustain. So I think I like the lane assignments we're seeing from Wildcard, and ultimately what we talked about with the dive is about as true as well. I think the thing that I'm looking for is that both of these junglers are pathing towards the top side of the map. And wow, look at Izo. I don't even know where he is.
Yeah, Izo's looking for him. He's hunting him down. They don't know. Izo's cut off here. He does have flash available for himself here.
He's gonna have to
looking
flash.
for it. It's flag and drag time. Coming in, got the slow. Going to be able to lay out some good damage. The Thunder has been called. Still has the flash, but beautiful
the W?
stun to come through. The synergy, these mid jungle is looking to tango. First blood going over to Ivano on the Yone.
And while Izo holds flash till the last second and is going to get to walk away. Rapid. Oh, the TP?
Spot. They got a TP coming through. There's no hook shot available for Barrack here, so they have to give this up. This has to just go over to them. Rapid gets the red buff and works in a terrible situation.
Yeah, it is not a good start here for Mercenaries jungle. You give that kill over to the Yone. Already was going to be a difficult laner to deal with for Rise. He lacks some of that mobility, except for phase rush whenever you can proc it. So he's going to have to be really careful in lane. Cinnamon bread, that is. But lest he gets snowballed here. So Wildcard already off on the good foot. Already starting things off on the right foot.
They are Wildcard. Looking to see if they'll be able to show us exactly what they've shown us all series long. When they've been able to get a lead, they are able to hold on to it and turn that little snowball into a deadly avalanche. And we'll have to see how Mercenary tends to halt any advances. We're trying to look for a play down here in the bot side, but it's going to be spotted out. Oh, beautiful death sentence, but your punch goes through.
So the interesting thing, the thing worth noting, I think, is Barrick topside holds onto his TP. He walks back to lane because it was a favorable lane state, which means because no one else is TP, there is a cross-map play for Mercenaries to make here. And if they're able to do it,
Click the lantern and use the heal. Ignite still burning away, but will be able to survive.
What?
It's going to be a death sentence going in, looking for a possible kill onto Cleave. J4 was in the wings, but it will just be some health potions chugged.
Oh, and look who is in the vicinity. I hope we get a replay because that hook, that didn't look good. But we also have a play mid.
Yeah, we have a play mid, but Ivano just laying in the damage onto Cinnamon Bread. He's not able to tango at the current moment in time, but TP coming on through. That's going to be the Camille.
There it is, Barrick.
See it, Night Terror as well. 4-man dive coming in, but the turret is going to be their greatest ally. They're able to turn it around and find a kill for themselves. While 2 kills go into the pocket of Mercenary, but it's not over yet. Look at Ivano coming around to the bat side, looking to see if they'll be able to grab somebody. They have vision of that. They're going to be able to lay out so much damage onto Siori as they're going to be able to find that kill for themselves. Rewind, go back, find yourself with your Echo, but Barrick will be able to seal his fate as it is just going to be Mercenaries keeping the advantage that they got in that dive.
And I love that Cinnamon Bread moved up top to catch the waves that would be lost to the tower because of Barrick going across the map like that. And although it was definitely a little scrappy, a little back and forth, 2 kills on your Camille is still really beneficial. This is a champ you do want to be accelerating, especially with the matchup being a little volatile between Camille and the Volley Bear here. So use the TP advantage decently well, if you ask me. And now with that being... Yeah,
2-0-1,
two kills.
right?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. You love to see that. So, as a result, he can walk back to lane and know he used that TP well. At this point, though, no dragon being fought for at the moment. Everybody's just going back to their lane assignments, and they're just back to farm.
We do get to have a replay of this, and you can just see how this all turned about here.
Yeah, right. Like you get the idea, you get the knowledge that Rapid is in the mid lane because he does go in for a gank, and that's all you need to know. If you're Mercenaries, you're full sending it down to the bottom lane, but the taunt was actually a pretty big deal there onto Rourke, and I think that's why the dive didn't go as well as they might have hoped, and that's why things did end up getting a little mixy. We're actually going to come back now, but overall, I think well played by the support for Wildcard Developmental, and things so far because of it, if we look at the grand scheme, are at an even state. But ISO, no flash yet.
No flash is getting jumped onto by Rourke, but Barrick was not in position to be able to follow through, so it's just going to be enough to force him off the wave and get a little bit of an advantage. But while this is all happening, you show topside, we take the dragon, says Wildcard.
And it's just as simple as that. With Herald not being up for a potential trade as well, this does mean Wildcard could reset and actually make a play for Rift Herald to get that snowball we were talking about. Make it so big, even Nunu would be proud. First, Rapid, he's going to be looking to steal some camps yet again.
I'm looking to do just that, man. You want to make this guy as miserable as possible, you can do that just here. Kimdown looking, might possibly steal it. No, it does not get the steal, but is going to be able to make the presence known. And now Sahori, you can see, automatically playing careful after what just happened right above him.
It does recognize Rapid is in the area, but that also gives you the knowledge that Rourke needs to be able to just go for this Rift Herald. He should be able to get it done. So I think this is still pretty good for Mercenaries to be able to potentially try and recoup some of the gold that they have lost here. You see the mid and jungles moving to potentially fight. Rourke might not be able to finish this as quickly as I thought, so we may have a skirmish incoming.
Yeah, it looks like it. Cinnamon Bread is trying to play spoiler. Rune Prison is going to be excellent. Going to go ahead and rewind time, knock out that Headstack ultimatum from being able to connect. Rift Herald secured by Rourke.
Well, that's an interaction I've actually never seen before. So it is, you do trade ult for ult here. The Hextech ultimatum for the Chrono Shift. So you don't lose out much if you are Mercenary, and you do manage to walk away with that Rift Herald. So you have some options where you could potentially want to use it. You could go top, accelerate Barrick even further. That's the option I like personally. Bot is also an option as well, because with that Cataclysm online, you can make a play here, try and get summoners out of Crazy Goose, try and force the ult, force him off the wave.
Yeah, you got great assists for a gank in either one of these lanes, but it looks like Rapid looking to try and assist his bear over on the top side as he's finding it unbearable to deal with this Camille.
Oh, here's the Realm Warp.
Here's the hook shot, hook line, and sinker as it goes down. You can see Rapid trying to see if he can make something happen with it. Ivano over here onto the side is looking to see if he can find an angle, but knows he's spotted on a ward, so will not make the attempt.
And no opening for the Fate Sealed means Mercenaries get away scot-free. And this is what we were talking about with trying to get leads and translate them into other lanes. Barrick, who's already ahead, is now getting accelerated further with the help of Cinnamon Bread and the rest of the team. We talked about picks that can help for Cinnamon Bread so that Mercenaries can get further ahead. And this is one of those picks because now he's starting to farm up there. He hasn't fallen behind. And even getting assist gold is pivotal into accelerating this rise because you only need a little bit of itemization, and he is absolutely disgusting when it comes to damage.
I think disgusting is a great word for it. As right now, this game is looking very close here. We're getting close to that 11-minute mark. We got 2 minutes until the next dragon spawns up. But both these teams are actually fairly even. Nobody's really been able to ink out a advantage that they've been able to fully capitalize on just yet. And with these teams definitely showing up here inside of game number 4 as Riptail summoned into the mid lane, getting some love to Cinnamon Bread.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You give him a plate's worth of gold, and it goes off what we were just talking about. You want your rise accelerated as much as you can. As much extra gold as you can give him, even a little bit, is very beneficial. He's already really close to that first item, which is probably going to be that frost. Oh no, it is just lost on me. Everfrost.
It's ever frosting.
It's
yes.
Everfrost. I did it. Did you?
I was trying to think of a pun that I could do to help you there, but
you could have made a Wendy's joke.
I could have. That was one of the possibilities that did pop into my head. I was going to bring something up about it, but right now it looks like it's finding itself in a tricky spot. It has the shield, but the shield's not going to be able to shield that damage. Those legs speak for days. That's going to be Kim down, hitting them. He's going to be able to lay out a good amount of damage. Ooh, the hook shot not connecting onto the wall is going to be rough for them, and that was beautiful play coming out the top side.
Well, it's like you said, just dodge the skill shots, just dodge the CC, and you will live. Izo is living proof of that very concept. He's going to be able to TP back to lane, no problem. But, of course, the downside does end up being Barrick once again has the advantage. Oh, Cinnamon Bread.
Yeah, Cinnamon Bread is, he usually puts people in the room prison. He's the one that blocked the way this time. And now it's going to be Heroic Entrance coming on in. Cleave is here. The taunt connect as well. And that is going to be yet another kill. The scraps haven't stopped yet. Barrett trying to see if he can avenge his fallen comrade. It's going to be able to get some with the hookshot. The Unite is going to be there. Skior's going to be able to pick up the kill secured there. As the chains come through.
Stun?
Massive stun to be able to connect. They get the taunt to follow it up. And this is just going to be an ace at 12.5 minutes.
An insane fight. It all starts with Cinnamon Bread being where he should not be. Everyone dark on the side of Wildcard Developmental, and they collapse in between towers here, which means it's an easy dragon, which means Cinnamon Bread. I don't know if you should be face checking. I really don't like this one, brother.
Yeah, this is terrifying. They're going to go for the dragon here. Mercenaries, you cannot keep going in one by one. Is the lesson learned? They're looking to see. They got another additional member with them, but the numbers are still in the advantage of Wildcard. This is going to force out a flash at the very least. But that was a Mountain Dragon secured, and we got Ocean Soul as, Barrett going in for some plays over into the top side. Chop this bear down to size. He calls down some lightning. But can you hear the thunder of Barrick as he's looking to continue chasing him down? Stun coming out beautifully. The TP to follow. And this is going to be all she wrote. Barrick gets a little over-aggressive, a little overzealous, and he will find himself punished ever so rightly as Ivano has his teammates back.
And that's 4-2-2 on this Yone, who is starting to really run away with things here. Look who's here. It's the Echo.
Realm Warp coming in, but a beautiful taunt to follow up with the Hero Punch. Cinnamon Bread gets crunched, and Rourke is going to find himself going down. Crazy Goose finds the kill, and Wildcard are running away with these fights.
And it only gets harder from here for the side of Mercenaries, Travesty. The fact is they are running out of options. They're running out of ways to get back into this game. Big damage dealers, it's Barrack and it's Cinnamon Bread. But speaking of damage, I don't think Wildcard are done dealing damage themselves here because they are really starting to poke. They are potentially threatening a dive.
They are potentially threatening as well. I got a little bit of advice. It's Mercenaries, you can hear me right now.
Okay.
Just want to say, 1 by 1 is not the play.
Wait, you cut out a little bit. What did you say?
They can't go 1 by 1. I feel like we're just seeing the Mercenaries marching in here, and they're supposed to be a squadron set up to kill. And honestly, they're just walking in 1 by 1, doing this recon. Look at this, Cinnamon Bread. You're not safe anymore as these kills gone over to Ivano. A flag and drag, is it really the fight that you want?
Oh,
this is
it's
the
not.
power of Conqueror Yone, baby.
Oh, Conqueror at 12 stacks is not balanced, Travesty. The question mark pings come through from Wildcard teammates, Ivano's teammates. Does it just play after play for Mercenary is not working out for them, and they are running out of options. Your only Fed member is this Camille, who realistically isn't that far ahead of Izo anymore.
And you can even see, look at this replay here. This is just showing what happens to
That is
Cinnamon Bread.
disgusting.
It's so disgusting. This is him. He has take so many tower shots, and then he turns his attention over to Roar. You do not want to pick a fight with this man.
No, you don't. Yone, Conqueror, Shield Bow, all the lifesteal you have, it's just ridiculous. So Wildcard are going to get themselves another Rift Herald. They're going to be able to drop that wherever they please. Realistically, with bot so low, they're going to probably drop it mid. But Izo, he might get dropped himself.
Yet again, he's fantastic at absorbing pressure. This time he gets caught out. He was able to be connected by Kim down. And now, look at this immediate transition. This is mid lane going down.
Right, you show bot, you get a play response mid like you were talking about, Travesty. And Shelly's going to get one more charge. Sorry, you are a bold one. I will give you that. But with his teammates nearby, it's really hard not to feel emboldened here. But we're looking at 16 minutes, and Wildcard are 4,000 gold up, Travesty. They have the first 2 Drakes, and they're well on their way to destroying our thoughts on Red Side Gap.
Yeah, the red side gap might not be as real as everybody was thinking going through these past 3 games, but here we are, and Mercenaries, they're just in a troublesome spot, and you have Lethality Varus, you've got a couple tools at your disposal, but man, oh man, none of these tools, you're going to be so delayed for so long.
Yeah, and when we think about you do have lifesteal from the Eclipse Force, sorry, so you do, but it's not like a shield bow come out of lifesteal. There is no shield either, but I'm gonna hold that thought as Izo.
Yet again, they're just focusing down on to alone. Sayori finds the kill, but I mean they're focusing so much onto him. Looking across the map.
And this is the position they're in, Mercenaries. They feel they have to overload in the side lane to be able to get something. And sure, they get a turret, but it's like you said, they always lose something in the process. In fact, Cinnamon Bread is under a little bit of threat here, and all this control on the bottom side of the map means Dragon number 3 is on the horizon. We have Ocean Soul again, and Wildcard are going to be 1 dragon away from it very soon.
You better believe that, as this is looking like Wildcard really have the proactivity, and it's up to Mercenary to try and see if they'll be able to shift this right now. The gold lead not in their favor, Dragon's not in their favor, and are they desperate? It definitely looks like it with the plays that they are trying to go for onto this bear. But check this out, the Rapid doesn't even have to stay on the Dragon, he just jumps onto Kim down, who's just trying to get some vision in regards to it, and they are able to just force him back and just turn their attention right back to him. Look at where work is.
Are they going to go for him? I think they're going to go for him.
Yeah, they're going for him again. The check doesn't connect, but Headstack Ultimatum is laid in, the Cataclysm as well. I mean, they're going to be able to find the kill. Wait a second. The Ignite is there. No, he lives. Okay.
Sorry, I was just waiting in case like work flashed over the wall or something. Wow, and this is what's going on. Like you said, he's absorbing so much pressure. Izo is just taking so much attention away, and worst case, he trades for objectives across the map that still benefit Wildcard, or he lives like we just saw, and Wildcard still take from Mercenaries, and they've taken the 3rd dragon of the game here in Game 4, and Wildcard are one away from that Ocean Soul.
And just one away, and Ocean Soul is so hard to be able to deal with,
It's
especially
so
with
good.
this kind of a composition, man. I mean, we've already seen how unkillable some of these members on the side of Wildcard can be once they're everything in their favor. As you can see, the Mercenaries, they're looking for a miracle play on their end, trying to find the Hail Mary that might be able to punch a hole into the defense of Wildcard Developmental.
It's going to take quite the fist to be able to punch that hole, Travesty, and I don't know if my Mercenaries have it right now.
They don't have the hero punch. That's Wildcard.
They definitely don't. They don't have the hero punch. They don't have the Detroit Smash, like any of the ones you can think of.
Yeah, they really don't. The Realm Warp trying to come through.
Wow.
Wasn't successful at it. Cinnamon Bread able to make it out, but this is just what it is. They can't get out into the river now.
No, and realistically, those are the dangers of face checking. Cinnamon Bread are showing us the consequences of that. So it's tough. You have to walk in with either Rook or Kim down to be able to set up that vision, but the vision line is so deep. From Wildcard Developmental, realistically, they can start this and see if they can get teleports out from Mercenaries, or maybe they just finish it. They do it so quickly.
We got TPs coming on through. They are looking for the aggression. Lots of damage was laid into work right before that all happened. Heroic Entrance comes in just to push them away from the Barons. They're laying in more damage. Avano re-engages back into the fight, trying to get the kill onto work, trying to see if they'll be able to get him off, but they were able to zone him out for so long. Now the cavalry arrives, and Rapid is able to take care of the last bit of work needed to be done. The Rise taken off the table as well. It's going to be Kim down. That is going to be Kim done, as they are going to be able to take out the HP bar, and only Sahori is going to be able to stay alive for his team, as Wildcard is bearing down in the mid lane.
And they aren't even going to recall just yet. They have the wave coming through. They just got the Baron, and they have a wave pushing bot. They're going to make sure that this is the beginning of the end for Mercenaries. They're going to take the mid inhib. They're going to take the bot inhib. And if Mercenaries are fool enough to fight right now, Travesty, Wildcard are going to take everything.
Wildcard look like they're in position to take everything that Mercenaries are looking to try and get that final spot, and a game number 5 are looking more and more distance for the side of Mercenaries, and they're trying to figure out how do they lock and load themselves in back into this game. How do they aim their sights down? I'm trying to figure it out. How does Mercenaries get their way back in?
At this point, it has to be unforced errors. It has to be Wildcard Developmental making mistakes, and Mercenaries there, ready to capitalize on them. You still have your Camille, who's getting pretty close to 2 items. Once that, I think, Ravenous Hydra is finished, she's still going to be that side lane threat, and pretty impactful in accessing the backline. But you still got to make mistakes. Ivano, he is a little pushed up, so do they actually get him?
There's 3 members here. Will it be enough to be able to bring him down? He's
The
laying
shield
out so
bow.
much damage. The shield bow puts in. He's gone golden. He's looking to see what he can do. Almost picks up 2 kills in a response, but will go down to the Camille, as Cinnamon Bread is looking to defend the base single-handedly, as the rest of Wildcard are bearing down.
And it is stuff like that, Travesty, that Mercenaries can use to get themselves back in. Wave clear as much as you can to protect your inhibitor turrets. You still have your jungler, even though Ivano is gone. And because supers are walking mid, Wildcard do have that chance to walk down and go for their Ocean Souls. 15 seconds till it spawns. And at this point, they're actually just going to wait. They know Mercenaries want a face check, so they're going to punish them.
Here, as you can see, they're looking to try and capitalize. Rapid over here looking for Rise, not going to be able to catch him out. And Wildcard playing a little bit steady here, not wanting to have one of those errors that will bring them in a bad spot. They want the, for sure, Ocean Soul before they start making more aggressive plays, and going to be able to claim that.
And this is what I mean. So far behind in gold, such a crucial neutral given over to Wildcard. And they already have Baron. Man, Mercenaries have their work cut out for them here, and you can see that doesn't deter them. They're ready to make plays at any given opportunity, Travis.
They're looking for plays, but they immediately see Bono.
Rourke just leaves.
Rourke just said, "Not."
See ya.
It's like the gif of the kid where he just like gets the peace sign and just
Yeah,
fades away.
yeah.
That's exactly what that was.
Dude, that is exactly what took place here. And realistically, like that's Mercenaries have done it so much. Wildcard, they're starting to expect these kind of plays in the side lane, so they're ready for them. They have people hiding in fog like Abano, ready to respond. And now, because you have the numbers advantage, look, they're wiping out all these outer turrets, and they're being clinical. They're not being too greedy about this one, Travis. They're just doing exactly what they should be here.
Due diligence, man. They're hitting the checklist. They're checking everything off. They are playing this just like as if it was as close as possibly can be, and definitely have to respect that. As tower falling in the bot lane, a bear inhibitor in the bot side of the map. Rapid is not with their team at the current moment in time, so if they were to look for a play, Mercenaries might opt for one now, but Echo has since rejoined.
And mid inhibitor is still down. The waves are pushed so far in every lane here. They're making this map dark for Mercenaries, and at this point, you just look to dive. They're so strong.
Yeah, they're so very strong, and you're not lying when you said they're trying to make the map dark. At one mistake, one mispositioning, this map will turn something just shades of black and gray here. As you can see, they're just playing this so methodically here from Wildcard.
And I'll tell you what, some of us doubted Wildcard because they had the easier group, because the competition wasn't as strong as we might have. They definitely proved playing this game so clean, so very. I mean, they're well on their way to punching their ticket to that grand finals, Travis. They're well on their way for silencing any doubts of this team's performance here in UPL Summer.
They're definitely will fight to come through as they're looking to lay out the damage. So far it's a 1-for-1, but Mercenaries, they're quickly getting jumped onto here. The realm work to be able to get a defensive standpoint for themselves, but Afano is not done with Sahori. He's got to clip the lantern, get himself out of harm's way, but it doesn't matter. Bring it back. The damage is still there. Cinnamon Bread is still here. He doesn't have a lot of mana though. His HP bar not much as well. Rapid's going to be able to make sure of that as he goes godlike. Ivano comes in, lays out some damage for himself. Kim Down goes down as well. Wildcard, they had doubters like you say, but they will put all the doubts to rest as they punch their way in the finals.
And Wildcard are going to be meeting Maryville, who have to respect the opponent that is coming to face them in 1 week's time. They're fountain diving. They're looking to pad the KDA, but ultimately they're going to take the dub here, Travis.
Absolutely, and a well-deserved dub at that, as Wildcard are able to pick up the win 3-1 inside the series. Mercenaries, they gave a big fight, especially inside of game number 2, but Wildcard, they were just able to have all their stuff together, and once they had a plan, they were ready to follow through.
That's what happened. The fact they played everything so clean, start to finish, and you can see it in all the games that they won, Travis. Again, we go look back to the game with the Caitlyn Morgana on Mercenary side. They recognized the win con. They executed it on it perfectly. Game 1, Game 3, now here in Game 4, the results have been the same. Mercenaries gave a good fight, and considering how their season went, I think it's really good that they made it to the top 4. But Wildcard, they're just different.
They're just built different.
They're just manufactured uniquely.
You gotta love to see that, and we'll have to see exactly what this could be for the side of Wildcard Developmental. Like you said, they go and face Maryville in the grand final, so that will be a very exciting matchup to see on next Friday. See exactly what they're going to be able to bring here, as Wildcard Developmental is going to look to make sure that Wildcard's able to win trophies all across the board here in the amateur scene, all around the place, and see what they'll be able to do, while Maryville looking to just show everybody, we're the collegiate team that is the powerhouse to be feared.
Yeah, but remember, Maryville lost 0-2 to Mercenaries. So results-based analysis tells me this is going to be a tough one for Maryville. Tough collegiate team or not. They're going to have to study really hard for this one because Wildcard Developmental are looking fantastic.
Absolutely are. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us here on the caster desk. We're going to send it over to our analyst desk to go ahead and break everything down and get us prepped and ready for what is it sure to be an exciting next week. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Travesty and Beatdown Boulevard. A fantastic cast for y'all today, guys. I gotta say, I'm happy Beatdown didn't lose his mind. Travesty, get help. You stop it. It's whatever you're doing, stop it right now. It's too much. Across the board, though, here, guys. It's I just want to say real quick, flat out, I was right. Ha ha ha. Thank you. So with that gloating getting out of the way, I will let you big brains try to go ahead and break down the game for a little bit. Cause big shout out to Wildcard Black, because we saw a lot of different faces from them throughout this entire game. But the face that turned its beautiful head here, Dia, is one that really took us by surprise.
Yeah, I was shocked to see the draft, I think, is the first thing that stood out to me, because I mean, all the champions that were picked, it's not that they're by any means bad, but it definitely sang like a comfort roster, like almost a style last game. Like Wildcard knew that they were going to walk away with the win, and that was really surprising to me given how swingy the series had been. But you saw that comfort pay off in spades throughout this entire game, and it was one of the most convincing that we've seen from them. Well, Mercenaries at the same time, they had focus, but it was on ISO, unfortunately.
I just want to give the biggest shout out to ISO for having such an ironclad mental this entire series. My man got focused every single time he was on blue side and took it like an absolute champ, bro. From one weak side laner to another. I feel you, dog. Word up.
I feel like they were trying to, Mercenaries rather, were trying to make him feel like they made Crazy Goose feel, but it was like to very little effect, because the Volibear realistically wasn't the linchpin of this game. And Teach, we got to see who the linchpin was. That was crazy in the mid lane.
Yeah, I gotta give it out to Ivano. Some of those really mid-game skirmishes were really clean coming out from Ivano. We have the first one coming out here of Wildcard Developmental doing a really good job of punishing that Semifinals has no flash, and Ivano just fully committing onto him with the follow-up of Rapid and Cleave. And then we're going to see their strong skirmish. Like you're saying, it felt like this was kind of like a solo queue type of comp from them coming out, where they're all on their comfortable champions. I think it really stuck out in these skirmishes where they're just coming out ahead, but just barely. And I think that really just shows how comfortable they are on these champions.
For sure. Rav, earlier you gave a shout out to ISO for his ironclad will. Something that I don't think we really talked about enough during this series was Rapid's will at the same time, because while he wasn't getting shut down, one of the things that stood out to me, even in the game that Wildcard ended up losing, is that Rapid never stopped trying to make plays. And as much as that may sometimes bite him, as much as sometimes he's going to be kited into infinity by an Ashe, Rapid being able to constantly pull the trigger on things and open up the door for the rest of the Wildcard roster was, in this game and many of the previous ones, absolutely game.
Almost the entire series, whether they were ahead or whether they were behind, they never stopped trying. I mean, like you mentioned, Rapid, especially going forth on this. By the way, can I just say, bro, looking at this clip, Cleave was so smurf on the Galio this entire time. Both the hook interrupts too with the dash and the taunts. The taunts, dear, were gorgeous from one Galio player to another. As you can see, I do relate to a lot of the a lot of the players here, guys. Depress yourself.
Weak side Galio, what's happening with you?
Whoa, dude, hold on. When I play Galio mid, I'm not weak side, baby. I dominate that. Bro, because I've learned that you're not allowed to play weak side mid. That's called losing. So I'm decided to up my game and teach. Teach also had yeah, that's right, not like,
Agree.
you better not be losing mid, bro.
Yeah, you can't do it. Fortunately, didn't happen this game. We got a lot of really nice map control from Wildcard. Of course, may he rest in peace, excluding Izo, who ended up getting focused down, but it was very much paying off, and we saw definitely a lot of what we set up at the beginning of the day, Rav. Mercenaries really did look scrappy in this game, and throughout the entire series, this was one of their more subdued ones because Wildcard was doing so well, but you definitely see all the individual talent that they have on Mercenaries, while at the same time having it be contrasted with what is very clearly a game plan that is leveled up from Wildcard Developmental.
Now, Teach, your overall thoughts on the series as well here, amigo. Where do you stand on this?
Well, now I want to look forward now at the finals. What they're going to be
Oh,
coming up against
yeah.
us next week. And I would say for Wildcard Developmental, if I was Wildcard Developmental, I'd be thinking about, well, I'd say if you looked at our series yesterday and striking Vipers, Julian and Azog did a really good job of taking over the lead bot lane. And I think, as we saw, their bot lane had a lot of mistakes, as we saw in the one game they lost. So I think that's a really big weakness that maybe they have right now, and maybe they need to work on heading into next week or the finals. And it's also, I think, it's going to be really big questions if their solo laners are going to be able to stand up against Chippies and Spyrax going into next week.
You're
Bro,
giving them helpful tips, man.
Mm.
That's confidence.
Yeah, one thing we also got to mention here, you about mentioned every player on that roster except I was gonna say Odd Orange as well, who was one of the main people, although he played a little bit of fun League of Legends yesterday. Across the board, like Nathan is such a phenomenal player. We saw how much trouble the Lee Sin gave the Lee Sin gave Wildcard, I believe it was game 2. So if they aren't going to bet it and they aren't going to take it, then they are in for quite a treat going up against the Odd Orange's Lee Sin. It should be a fun time nonetheless. But wasn't thoughts from you, Teach, and anything else you want to get across to the people watching?
I just want to give a shout out to my dad. It was his birthday today. So
Hey! Shout out to Teach's dad, Dad Gap, let's go, yeah. But Nia, from you, amigo. Anything
I just got a question for you, Rav, because if I were one so inclined to tune into the Maryville series that's going to be happening in the finals, where and when would I do it?
Well, you can find it same time, same place, right here on UEA next Friday at 8 EST. So you will not want to miss. Pre-show starts right about 10 minutes beforehand, 7:50 EST. So y'all make sure to tune in. You'll see my beautiful face and a couple more familiar ones on top of that as well. So Dia, thank you for the free promotion. And thank you all for watching. They get a big shout out to production staff as well. Kai, Hypertension, and of course Andy, who came in as well during midway. So appreciate y'all. We'll see you next week, same time, same place. But until then, I've been Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. Peace.